Hey, what's up? We obviously are just gonna be waiting for everybody to join in here, like usual. Again, I don't know if like 5 minutes is too long to wait around, because I feel like people don't have the patience to wait like 5 minutes for the video starts. I don't know if I should make that shorter or not. Like the starting soon part shorter. Oh, I need to do the goal that I typically do at the beginning of these when I stream. Okay, that's done. Now we just gotta wait 3 minutes to make sure everybody who's gonna show up shows up. I mean, 5 minutes isn't really that long for people to be like, oh, so-and-so is streaming, I should go head over there. Granted, I do have these things scheduled for like what? Today was like almost like 2 hours in advance, so like people had knowledge that I was gonna be streaming today's thing 2 hours, like nearly 2 hours ahead of time. I'm wondering if I should make a like cardboard cutout of B-Lock and put it in the background of this starting soon screen, like Harmony and Metabee there. You can't really tell, but I have like other artwork, I think, in like the cases in the back, like the glass cases, display cases. Like there's like a little figure there on the right. That's just like a silhouette of art that I've drawn in the past. Then maybe I should put like B-Lock next to Harmony there. Couple more minutes. I need to change that to all messages. Dang it, maybe I should make it longer. I don't know. Maybe it should be 10 minutes, and if people want to leave while we wait, they can leave, but maybe it should be 10, just to make sure. I mean, the beginning of the video, when I like start talking about what we're watching, like maybe that's the extra time of waiting for people to show up. I don't know. I do have some like things to talk about once we actually get into the video, though. Alright, we got a minute before we start. I think I kind of like not fixed, but figured out how to like stream without any issues with the current internet. It just has to be like delayed a bit. Like I had it too fast, so the internet couldn't keep up. But it is time to start. Hey guys, what's up? We're back with some more reactions after dark, and we are of course going to be watching Karen Reed says she's framed for murder, quote unquote, but no one believes until shady cops caught editing CCTV video. Now, maybe like finally we can have like a turnaround on the like literally everybody else who's dogpiling on Karen finally, because like the first two videos, like there's just no hope for her, right? But now maybe things turn around, starting with part 3, which I don't know if I should put like part 1, 2, 3, 4 in the thumbnails of these videos, since I kind of did that with Burning Sun, right? Like maybe for part 2 and 3. I feel like people might just be going into these videos without having watched the last one or the future one, or, you know, what have you. I don't know. But yeah, I figured I was just going to do this. I was thinking about doing Chinaverse today, but it's like, we're like too deep into the Karen Reed stuff. I feel like to just split off of it for now. I think we need to finish it first, and then we can go and do other things. Go back to like Chinaverse and stuff. She also has uploaded a new video today. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it's going to be multi-parter as well. But yeah, she has uploaded a brand new video. Like a few hours ago. I was debating doing that, but I chose just to continue on to the Karen Reed stuff. But yep. Again, like I had said in a post on the channel, if I don't respond to a message and it's a positive message, it's just YouTube is hidden it for me, and I'll eventually like try to find it. Like I'll try to keep look for that in the future. If any messages are being like hidden without me knowing, just because YouTube somehow thinks they're like hate messages or something. You know, I just had to go look through all that stuff. Also, I think shout out to ArcSpark, I think is their name. First person to buy my B-Lock model, I think. I saw this today that it was someone had bought it, so shout out to ArcSpark. Thank you for your patronage, and I think we're just going to start now.
Bada bing, bada boom.
When you first move into a new house, there are a few things that you're gonna do immediately. The first one, and I have always pre-planned this, pre-scheduled this.
Okay,
Someone needs to come in and change every single lock in the house. You don't know who the previous owner gave the house keys to. You don't know who still has them. Why risk it? A family moves into their new home, and there are just like a few quirks that come with it. I mean...
Okay, so she's talking about... I'm assuming she's already starting to talk about the thing where the Alberts sold their house to a new family because they were just trying to get rid of it, I guess, get rid of the evidence of like having to live there. And now we were like getting some info on that, the family who's moved in, and now they're going to get the investigation going on that. Also, I've already noticed that, which is why I wanted to pause specifically, is that these 3 have been changed to 3 new people, right? Because it was the coroner? Is that what they called it? I don't know if that's what they called it. But the woman who did the autopsy was here, and these 2 were friends of him? Question mark? Or like friends of these 2? It's like something to do with these or this guy. But now it's 3 new people.
You could maybe say that the house is charming, objectively speaking. They've got a spacious backyard with a pool. It's 3 floors. They do have this interesting flagpole at the front of the property, but they are just so focused. This family is so focused on getting situated, unpacking all their boxes. But it feels like they're in some sort of weird social experiment, because periodically through the day, people will start randomly showing up. People will stop their cars, get out, take photos of this house, landscape mode. They turn their phone. What is wrong with these people? It's a normal...
Okay. I'm guessing nobody told them what happened here, so they just got sold the house, possibly for cheap, right? Like, oh wow, this house is so cheap. I wonder why it's so cheap. And it's the standard thing of, oh, it's what, someone was murdered there, or it's haunted, question mark. I'm guessing they did not know what had happened.
Take photos of this house, landscape mode. They turn their phone. What is wrong with these people? It's a normal family home. This is not a landmark. This is not a massive mansion with Christmas decorations up. It's a random house. What are they doing? Others are driving by the house and doing these very convoluted random 3-point turns, and the owners are just looking out their windows like, why are they doing 25 3-point turns right now? Like they're in some sort of simulation and it's a glitch. Are they practicing for some driving test? Why do they keep doing this? It's not even necessary. It's not like they're going anywhere. They're just doing convoluted turns. Why specifically in front of their house that they just bought? What's even more interesting is the pictures listed on Zillow show the basement, and the basement floors originally looked normal. The previous residents used a good chunk of the basement as a workout room. So in the listing pictures, you have these American flags hung on the wall. There are weight benches. And because it's a workout room, the floor is covered with gym mats, those black
Yeah, I was noticing that there's like a cut here of where the wood is.
rubber mats that you piece together like a puzzle. However, when the new owners move in, basement floors, gym mats have been taken off, and now it's just a random mix of plywood. It's not even hardwood floors, not carpet, plywood. And it's not one consistent type of plywood, not one consistent layer of plywood. It looks like random patches of plywood.
Basically, every single part of this part of the basement, of this part of the house, the flooring's been taken up. I mean, all of this, it's just hodgepodge, right? It just looks like it was thrown down. So the actual floor was ripped up.
Let's say
Oh, that is the guy who's in there right now is, oh, where's it? There we go. Is this dude? I mean, he's blurred out, but it's actually the lawyer, the aggressive lawyer that they have.
you've got plywood flooring and I spilled tomato juice down one side and you can't get it out. Would you go through the trouble of replacing the entire room? Or maybe just that patch? That's kind of what it looks like. Why are there patches of different types of plywood? Is that a new thing that the previous owners did right before moving out? I mean, that's up for debate. Everything is being debated by the internet. Everything about this house is being debated. Not even by the new owners, but people online. People with abilities, whether you believe them or not, I guess is subjective, up to each person. They're saying that they can see and read energy, and they're posting these ominous videos of them reading cards into the house. And they warn everyone, this house, the energy here, it's not over. What you have to do is look at what's left over. It's far from over. Someone will have to step in. They think the house is suspicious. Other netizens online are like, okay, that's a little much. However, we agree with you. It is suspicious. Like the fact that the house went up for sale November of 2022. Nobody lists a house for sale right before the holidays. Nobody's moving at that time. Additionally, the house is originally listed for $949,000, but ends up selling for $905,000, a $44,000 hit in an area where real estate is in such high demand that usually there's bidding wars.
How long did it take to sell, do you know?
It's like, yeah, like, let's listen to it again.
For sale right before the holidays. Nobody's moving at that time. Additionally, the house is originally listed for $949,000, but ends up selling for $905,000.
Okay, it's only like a small. I was like thinking like, oh, it's basically being sold for $1 million, and they paid like half that or something, right? Also, that's what happened. Like I knew something happened over there. There we go. I accidentally turned it off again.
A $44,000 hit in an area where real estate is in such high demand that usually there's bidding wars.
How long did it take to sell, do you know?
A few months. There is something inside that house. The internet feels it. Everybody knows about it except the new homeowners.
Yeah, like how do they keep that information away from the homeowners, like the new homeowners? That, you know, someone died on the lawn, and there's a whole like court case and conspiracy going around about the house.
In fact, they moved from a different area, had no idea what was going on inside this house until they moved in, saw people driving by taking pictures of their new house.
Okay, they're from a completely different like city / even state, I'm guessing.
That is wild.
That is when they realized that they had just purchased 34 Fairview Road, previously owned by Brian Albert. The house in which John O'Keefe's body was found dead in the front lawn. And the seller's agent, Brian Albert's real estate agent,
Didn't say anything?
they didn't say anything. And that realtor works for a firm that is owned by Carrie Roberts' sister.
Oof. Carrie, this is Carrie. So, is Carrie's sister even on here? I'm guessing not.
This is part 3 of the Karen Reed case.
Okay, so maybe we're finally going to get into the, like what happened in the house, like after they sold it and they started looking around. I mean, I guess maybe that's all we're going to see there. Sometimes you can expect more and then you don't really get to see that.
To thank today's sponsors.
Since with the, okay, we moved this again, like the colors are better-ish, and it's like crooked. Like, I don't know if anyone's gonna be upset about that, but it does appear to be like slightly crooked looking, the background. But yeah, because not yesterday, but the last video we were talking about Colin, right? And we didn't really go too much in depth with Colin, ? Which, like, I was hoping we get more out of him, but I guess not.
who have made it possible to Rotten Mango to support the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute in Boston, Massachusetts. They're a globally known cancer research center that also provides support for patients and families similar to John O'Keefe's sister, who has since passed away from brain cancer. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers: there are mentions of driving under the influence, alleged physical assault, as well as drug usage, so please watch at your own discretion. This episode is only part 3 of a 4-part series that is spanning to be probably longer than every single Game of Thrones episode combined. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to take out some information, but I feel like everything is pertinent, and there's 2 separate trials. So there's trial 1, trial 2. A lot of statements, a lot of testimonies have been condensed and or combined for brevity's sake. If you have not seen part 1 or part 2, I highly recommend that you go watch that, because there's no way that any of this is going to make sense without watching those first 2 parts. In addition, I will try to do like a very brief recap, and all I can say is this is a case that consists of every single person on this board. Some of them were at 34 Fairview Road, which is a house owned by the main Alberts. The Albert is a massive family that I feel like Canton, Massachusetts, which is a 30-minute drive from Boston. If there's 10 people, 7 of them are Albert related. They're either married into the Albert family, like Julie Albert is married to Chris Albert, who's Brian Albert's brother, or they're married in through Jennifer McCabe is Nicole Albert's sister, who's married to Brian Albert. I mean, it's just a freaking mess. And then outside of 34 Fairview Road, on January 29th, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found in the front lawn in front of a flagpole. Everyone inside the house that night, because there was a cop party, a bunch of cops coming together to drink and drive at night, they say he never entered the house. They say what most likely happened is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, hit him with her car and left him for dead. Karen Reed, on the other hand, is saying that's not what happened at all. In fact, I am getting framed.
Did not hit John with my car.
And these are the cast of characters. So please go watch part 2. Go watch part 1. It's like, I think at that point it's probably 5 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours. There's just no way that I can recap anything more. But I will go over the colors. Dark.
Okay, like, I was just trying to let her go on and on for a while, because she just talked about stuff we already know. She did mention drug use, so I'm assuming we can get the info on what the heck's going on with these 3 as like drug, like this drug empire that they're running. I mean, it's not an empire, it's just them owning a store, a pizza shop, right? And possibly using it to launder money, I'm guessing, for the drugs. I don't know. Hopefully we get some of that.
This red color here is the main Albert family. So the main Albert couple, their children. And then you've got the orange, which is Chris Albert's family. This is Brian Albert's brother, his wife Julie, you got his son Colin. And then you've got the yellows. The yellows are the McCabes. They're like the McAlberts, you know, they're related to the Alberts because of Nicole and Jen McCabe, and then anyone related directly by Karen. So they're associated with this case through Karen, which is mainly just her defense attorneys. They're going to be in pink. Anyone who has a light blue color, such as John O'Keefe and maybe even ATF Brian Haha Higgins, that means that they are law enforcement officers or they have control over law enforcement. So these are all cops, these are all feds, except for the exception of Chris Albert, who is not really a law enforcement officer, but he sits on the Canton Select Board, which controls the Canton Police Department as a whole. It's 5 people. He's one of them. They get to appoint the police chief.
Crazy.
Of the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert also has another brother named Kevin Albert, who is a detective of the Canton Police Department. So there's just a lot of cops involved.
Is Kevin Albert, because we haven't really talked about him, is he part of the case at all, or he's just related?
He's part of it.
Oh.
And then anyone in dark blue are investigating officers that are investigating the death of John O'Keefe. But joke's on them, because their investigation is going to be investigated by the FBI for how abysmal it is. And we also have multiple different law enforcement agencies at play here. So we have the Boston Police Department, which John O'Keefe was a Boston cop. Brian Albert, before he retired, coincidentally, conveniently, right after John O'Keefe's death, he was the head of the fugitive unit at the Boston Police Department. And then you've got the Canton Police Department. So John O'Keefe ends up passing away in Canton. So they are the initial people to respond to the call. So these 3 right here, this boy Sean, Paul, Michael, you're not going to like any of these people. Like most of these people you're not going to like. They're Canton cops. And then you've got Kenneth Berkowitz, Canton Police Chief. And then you've got Brian Tolley, Yuri Buchanek, and Michael Proctor. They're part of the Massachusetts State Police. So these people, the state police officers, come in because the Canton police have to recuse themselves. And then you've got the feds, the FBI, that are actually investigating the investigation. So 4 different law enforcement agencies. I do want to say that nobody has been charged, well, nobody has been convicted of a crime. There were 2 trials that ended in an acquittal. Any conspiracies, any theories, there's a lot of netizen discourse surrounding this case. And
Okay, so I think that just confirms like what I was worried about, where sure Karen might be found not guilty at the end, but nobody is. Thus, like, there's like nothing. They just got away with it, right? Unless they keep going and like try to get a third trial once they figure out like who's done what. I'm guessing that we're just never gonna know, right? Because these people are just too intertwined with each other to let something bad happen to them. So they just get away with it, unfortunately. Also, I'm still wondering who these two are. They are the purple color, which is over here, but I don't know if that's like, they seem important because she's hiding them for so long. Again, this is like a sibling or related to John, and yet we still haven't talked. We know about his brother, but this can't be his brother because we've talked about his brother like constantly throughout the show. So who the heck is this person? I'm still like trying to figure out who this is. Also, I think that this person is connected to them. Like this red line doesn't connect to these people. It connects from him to whoever that is.
And I will say it's very difficult to separate the emotion, the conspiracies, as well as what might be a neighborhood rumor versus what might actually have some truth to it. So do your own research. I know you guys are smart enough. So before you make your own decision, opinion, judgment on any of the parties involved, do your own research. And anything I say is alleged. It's publicly available information. It's recaps of online discourse as well as pulled from transcripts of the 2 trials. So with that being said, let's get started. There is a place called D&E Pizza and Subs.
Okay, so we're getting to the drug empire.
It's like a hole-in-the-wall restaurant. It seems exclusively made for takeout. There's barely any seats, let alone any tables. They sell pizzas, chicken wings, family favorite recipes, mac and cheese bites fried in a thick batter, a cheeseburger hot sub. This is an interesting one. It's a chicken Caesar salad pizza. It's just like if you were to get a chicken Caesar salad, throw it on top of a pizza, a chicken Caesar salad pizza. I mean, it was pretty self-explanatory. They also
I don't know. Like, is there actual pizza underneath that? Or is it just dough? Like, that's important. If it's just dough, eh. But if there's actual just, like, standard pizza, like cheese pizza underneath it, maybe even pepperoni pizza, or maybe your choice, I don't know, that seems pretty okay. I mean, there's a lot of ranch on that. So that makes it, like, really unhealthy, but I feel like that's edible, question mark.
salad, throw it on top of a pizza, a chicken Caesar salad pizza. I mean, it was pretty self-explanatory. They also have something called a triple-decker sandwich. That if you want something a little bit lighter, they've got egg salad, cold sub. The menu is very extensive. And if you order online, you get a whopping 5% discount. But nobody wants to order online.
Wow, 5%.
Nobody wants to order at all. Because the pizza shop is owned by Chris Albert, the brother of Brian Albert, whose front lawn John O'Keefe was found dead on. One review. This is from 2018, so this is before all of the suspicious activity has even occurred.
It's kind of weird that he, again, owns this shop. Mainly because it looks like he's actually working there too, despite being essentially on like the mayor committee, we're going to call it. Because there's a bunch of people who act as mayor, right? Like the mayor committee of this town. Like you already have that high-end job, and you're also running a pizza joint on top of that. Where do you find the time to do that whilst running the city?
2018, one reviewer writes about this suspicious little pizza shop. Second time there, and both times I had an issue. First time, employees had a bad attitude. Second time, they forgot to give me my dressing for my salad, and by the time that they delivered the dressing, the chicken was disgusting. It was cold. I got a Greek salad, and they said they brought me their house dressing, which is a mix of Greek and Italian. It was disgusting. The owner kept saying nothing was wrong. Another one says, you better hope you don't get the blockhead that answered the phone for me when I was placing my order. I wanted to go get my credit card to read the numbers off of, and he told me I should have had that prepared already. To which another reviewer agrees. They need a little work done in the customer service because I definitely overheard a guy calling me a piece of shit when I called back to add a soda to my order. And then they tried to laugh it off later when he noticed that I was still on the phone. Then when I got my pizza, it was burnt like hell. Like, how the hell do you burn cheese pizza with no toppings? And while all of this is ongoing, this place, these are reviews from 2018. Somehow they survived 2018. They survived the pandemic. And even now, in 2025, this place is still going on. This place is still open.
Yeah, like how is that even like possible, right? Like they're running this horrible pizza place, and yet they are just unable to go under. That doesn't make any sense, right? That so there has to be something fishy going. I mean, he is like the mayor, like on the mayor committee, right, for this area. So he might just be funneling his mayor money into the pizza joint so it never goes out. But we're also not going with that. We're saying that they are selling drugs under the table. But you feel like somebody in the reviews would like snitch, right? Like, go here if you want to have a good time or something.
With one netizen commenting, how is the Albert Pizza place still in business? There cannot be that many people in Canton and the surrounding area that would support their business. Why don't people boycott them and run them out of town? The top comment responds, well, perhaps the business has other purposes than selling food. As with any internet theory and or conspiracy, this could all
Okay, so someone did make that comment.
be a made-up delusion crafted by a random shadowy internet figure who has mashed potatoes for brains and a working Wi-Fi router. Just because words have been strung together into semi-coherent thoughts does not make it true or factual. I'm not here to sway your opinion about a conspiracy, but it is an interesting conspiracy. I did get sucked into the rabbit hole. I turned into mashed potatoes for brains because it's just weird, and it oddly starts with rice pudding. In New York City, if you walk down two of some of the most popular streets, you've probably come across what people call a culinary mystery. Two restaurants, most expensive areas in New York City with massive storefronts. They always look empty for some reason. It's just like a dessert shop. It feels sterile. It's called Rice to Riches.
Rice pudding. I mean, it looks fancy, at the very least.
It's like the most niche desserts shop. There's so many dessert shops in New York City where they do all the trending Instagram desserts and they still close down because money is hard. But this is rice pudding that's made fresh daily, that you can get in flavors like coconut coma, Oreo gasm, sex, drugs, and rocky road, hazelnut chocolate bear hug, and then you just add toppings to it. The founding family of the rice pudding shop is very wealthy, which people are confused. Locals are wondering, who the hell is getting rich off of rice pudding? Well, maybe they're not. The restaurant opened up in 2002, and by 2005, the founder was arrested for operating what prosecutors called probably one of the largest gambling operations ever in Suffolk County.
Wait, this is actually that?
Yes, an illegal sports betting ring that was bringing in $21 million annually.
Wait, so the store is a front for...
No, the founder says they're two different businesses. He said he's never mixed the money. He's not money laundering. The store's not a crime front.
I mean, it depends on if he gets hit with tax fraud, right? After that.
It's crazy. It's just a coincidence, he says. Huh. It's a coincidence. There's no connection between the gambling and the two dessert shops. The dessert...
Again, I feel like it's just like with them, he could just be like funneling the money into the dessert place to keep it running, right? He doesn't have to be doing bad stuff there, but like all the money he's making in his other ventures are able to keep the dessert shop going.
Dessert shop is 100% not a crime front. That's what he says. That dessert shop is still open. There's no proof that there's money laundering happening. I mean, there's still two of them in New York City in the most expensive areas.
So he's arrested, but his store's still running by someone.
Yeah, he got out pretty quick.
Oh.
Now, to complicate things even further, everybody does say rice pudding's actually pretty good there. They say it's actually very addicting. One comment reads, nah, because the rice pudding is so good, I'm actually going to contribute to their gambling problem.
Are we going to say that maybe it's so good because of, you know, drugs? Question mark. They're putting drugs in the rice pudding?
Another person writes, the rice pudding is worth the organized crime here. That is what netizens believe is happening with D&E Pizza without the good pizza. There is no evidence, but they believe, based off the bad reviews of the restaurant predating 2022 and pictures of the food and locals saying, I don't know who goes there except for just fellow cops and like some random young kids. They believe there is no way that these people are staying open for business and profiting to feed their whole family. It doesn't make sense. One internet rumor reads, I heard from a friend that Colin Albert was selling drugs out of D&E Pizza and his daddy knew all about it. To which someone responds, of course his daddy knew. Who do you think he gets the drugs from? To be fair, another netizen comments, just no proof, just rumors. Now, one netizen who has never met a bush and certainly does not beat around it, just puts it quite frankly, D&E is a drug front. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed pull up to the house. John jumps out, goes into the driveway, makes it to the front of the house, but he mistakes the garage door for the side door. Now, that's what's so confusing about 34 Fairview. There are 3 doors at the front.
Okay. Are we saying that I already see where this conspiracy is going, is that they're saying John didn't go through here. He went through like this door, possibly. There might even be like one over here too, right? Like in there, like we can't see it because this angle doesn't show us, but you know, the one there, there may be one here that we can't see, and then one on the other side, right? And like he accidentally went into this door while they were doing drug stuff, and so they had to whack him, right? I mean, I don't think they had to do that. I think they just like beat him up because he didn't die, right? They beat him up, threw him outside because he saw their drug stuff, question mark. I think that's what they're trying to get at already.
You've got the main front door, and then you've got a side door that opens straight up into the family living room. And then you've got a garage door that opens straight into the garage. They say that John O'Keefe went through, he thought he was going through the side door into the family room, but he ends up going in to the garage, and he sees people mainly Colin, engaging in and or selling drugs. That's the theory. Perhaps there are even large quantities of drugs stored in the garage to the point where the Brian Albert, he can't be like, I don't know what Colin's doing. I don't know what he's doing in my garage. And a fight ensues because nobody parks their car in the garage. They say that they just use it for storage.
That you could argue that's the case because we see like 50 million cars outside the garage, not in the garage.
Fight ensues, this is the theory, and John O'Keefe is incapacitated. Everyone, mostly Caitlin and the girls, are told to get out. The biggest thing was, we know why the Alberts might want to lie. We know why Jen McCabe might want to lie. Why everybody on this board might want to lie. But why are Julie Nagel, her brother Ryan Nagel, Sarah Levinson, why are they lying? Because maybe they're also protecting themselves, is this theory. Caitlin and all the kids, the girls, they're told to get out while this is happening. John O'Keefe is subdued. Once everybody is out, he's transferred to the basement. This is the internet theory. This is what the netizen writes. Chloe attacks because she smells blood. John is beyond repair. Things have gone too far. Only option now is to move him to the yard and blame Chloe. Chloe's the backup plan. Unfortunately, Karen Reed makes herself a nice little pawn because she actually cares about her boyfriend, and the McAlberts take full advantage of that. Some people have taken this conspiracy a step further to allege that the drugs, that we have no proof of being in the pizza shop, that the drugs in the pizza shop are actually obtained through police stations and police.
I mean, it would make sense, right? Because how are like all these guys going to get drugs if it's not from like the busts that they do on drug dealers? Like where else would the drugs be coming from? Other than that, like this conspiracy is perfectly fine, perfectly feasible, is what I want to say. Again, why is this so weirdly crooked? I talked about it at the beginning. Because it's like, it's slanting that way, but it's also not. It's like all the pictures are turns, like all the pictures are crooked, but so if you try to straighten it, it would still be crooked.
Investigations. When officers confiscate drugs and do massive drug busts, it wouldn't be the first time that they take those drugs and then resell them for a profit, because who's going to come after them? The cops? They are the cops. That is the conspiracy with zero proof. Now, I don't think that this conspiracy would have gotten this far on the internet had it not been for the fact that August of 2023, so this is like a full year and a half after John O'Keefe passes, at a Canton Select Board meeting that this guy decides he's not going to show up to. Chris Albert, one of the 5 selectmen, he's like, I'm going to sit this one out. Chris Albert, he's not there. However, a woman named Helena Rafferty is there. Helena Rafferty is the new Canton police chief.
Okay, so she's not on this picture, on this board, but
She replaces Kenneth Berkowitz.
okay, what happened to him though?
Also, Kenneth Berkowitz dies.
What? I mean, I got the answer basically immediately, but like, what? How does he just die? So within a year and a half after Kenneth? Hello? What? I mean, I don't know if there's anything foul play or anything. At the very beginning, she said he called in other police, right, or other people on this, because he actually said that we're too close to this, we got to get more people on this case than just us. Like, I think he said that. I don't know if that is like him saying that is going too far against the Alberts, because it seems like very neutral territory. He's trying to be unbiased.
Related.
What?
He has a heart attack and he dies.
When?
Way after. But he does retire the same year that John O'Keefe is found dead.
So John O'Keefe found dead?
After about 6 months, he retires. And
Was
then,
there investigation going on against him? Like the FBI's were onto him?
yes, we're
If
on
he
everybody.
retired.
Yes.
Huh.
Oh, but it gets weirder because Helena Rafferty, she becomes the new Canton police chief, the first female police chief.
Was she directly from the department as well, or she's like transferred? Or...
Oh no, all from Canton.
So they all know each other already?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay, this is her with Kenneth.
she's the new police chief. She also randomly retired recently.
While the case is still going on,
Yes.
the trial's still going on.
What do you mean? She became the chief for like a year? And then it was like, oh, I'm out. What?
Police Chief Helena Rafferty is retiring this summer. The announcement came the same day as opening statements in the second trial of Karen Reed.
And then Kenneth passed away?
Yes, from a heart attack.
Really? Like no suspicions, nothing?
I don't
Alleged heart attack.
think it was suspicious. I don't think it's related to this case, but what is suspicious is one of the last things he does on the job, which I'm going to go through later. Now, Helena Rafferty takes over, and she states in a meeting, I know it's been circulated that John O'Keefe had conversations with Canton police detectives related to drug activity in that neighborhood. John O'Keefe, to give you some context, is a Boston police officer. So he drives to Boston every day to go to work, 30 minutes. But he lives in the city, in the town of Canton. He reports that there's drug activity in Canton. Now, does he report it to his boss in Boston? No, because there's no jurisdiction. So he goes to the detectives at Canton Police Department. Who's a detective at the Canton Police Department? Kevin Albert.
He went to Kevin Albert?
He was one of the people.
Huh.
And he tells them, hey, I think there's suspicious drug activity going on in Canton. And Helena Rafferty, the new police chief, says, well, I'm here to confirm that John O'Keefe absolutely did reach out to Canton detectives related to drug activity in the neighborhood. He reached out to the detective unit. However, none, and let me repeat, that none of John O'Keefe's well-documented correspondence with us included anyone alleged to be involved in this case. Nobody believes her.
That's weird. Okay.
What we're getting out of this is she did confirm that John O'Keefe told Kevin Albert and other Canton detectives that there is drug activity in this neighborhood. And this is where it gets suspicious. Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they had been neighbors with John O'Keefe for years. They recently moved away.
Yeah.
But for years, they were 2 houses down. They never got along with John O'Keefe. They never really talked to him. The day that John O'Keefe passes away, he goes to D&E Pizza. Some people...
I forget about that too, but yeah. For some reason, just randomly, he goes to the alleged drug den. Also gets a call from Chris that same day as well. Even though Chris has never spoken to John ever, right? The ad's just pulled up. Yeah, Chris has never spoken to John on the phone, didn't even have his phone number until the day that John died, right? Which is weird that John just showed up at their place the same day he died, and this guy calls him the same day he died, having never had his number before.
People think he's there to scope out what's going on. He goes to D&E Pizza, and that night, Chris Albert is the one to invite John O'Keefe to the Waterfall Bar.
Are you saying that he rarely goes to D&E or...
Nobody really knows, but the fact that he went the day of, people think it's very strange.
Okay, another coincidence.
Another
right?
coincidence. What's even more of a coincidence is when they get to Waterfall Bar, Karen Reed starts asking to go to D&E Pizza because she had heard that sometimes they open up after hours to make a pizza.
Okay, so the order of event is on that day, Chris show up in the morning of. John O'Keefe shows up for a meal, for lunch.
With his nephew.
With his nephew, right? So Chris met John O'Keefe, say, hey, my old neighbor, we didn't like each other, but come hang out with us tonight.
He says that they were friendly, but there's evidence perhaps that they were not.
Right.
Yeah.
John shows up with Karen.
To the Waterfall Bar.
To the Waterfall Bar. And then Karen's like, oh, D&E, should we go? Can we go? But they didn't. Like a different day. Karen say, let's go another day.
No, let's go tonight.
Tonight.
Instead of going to 34 Fairview, let's go to D&E.
Oh, okay.
And then they don't end up going. They go to 34 Fairview, and John O'Keefe ends up dead. So people think this is just too many coincidences in one. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. So this is where the theory comes into play, that John O'Keefe was killed inside the house. We briefly went over it because there's multiple theories. Some people think that the house is a house full of swingers, and maybe John O'Keefe was confronted by Brian Haha Higgins, about the conversations that he had with Karen Reed and all of that. There are a lot of side theories, but I think if you look at the pictures of 34 Fairview, it's going viral on TikTok. The Alberts officially list their home for sale November 17th of 2022. People start online studying these pictures to see if it's feasible. A big running theory is that John goes into the house. He's either in the garage, where there is suspiciously this like paint spill.
The heck? How's that still there in the house?
Red paint that splattered all over the garage floor. Some people think that the paint was poured on top of blood that had been scrubbed off. Some people think it's just a paint spill. Some people are like, we can't even confirm when this paint spill happened. There's just a lot of, we're going to circle back to this.
Red paint?
Yeah, you can't really say much about that. Like, even if they scrubbed it off, would you even be able to find blood in the paint? Like, maybe, right? Maybe you test the paint and see like what's made out of, and it happens to just have like weird stuff in it, but is that really something they would do? Just throw paint on a splash of blood? I mean, that was a ledge. Like, let's get that picture back on the screen. That is a ledge, right? So that is a place that you could maybe crack someone's head open on. So sure, maybe, like, it was here, though I feel like this whole section should have been covered with paint if they wanted to cover up some sort of blood splatter with paint, instead of just like dumping paint here and then like that. I don't know, unless like maybe it happened, like if we're saying it happened here, maybe it happened there and they just added the extra paint here. Like just threw it. I don't know. I don't know what to make out of that.
It's like paint spill, red paint that splattered all over the. It's just a paint spill. Some people are like, we can't even confirm when this paint spill happened. There's just a lot of, we're going to circle back to this.
Red paint?
Yeah, it's like a dark burgundy.
Then I will see, is there a part of the house is that color? Like, what are you using that color for, right?
I don't see anything that was that color in the house.
Dark red.
Other people think that this occurred in the basement. A fight breaks out in the basement, in the workout room, which would explain the laceration to his head. It could have been sustained from a dumbbell. It could have been sustained from any of the heavy weights down there. Regardless, all the theories end with John O'Keefe suffering a fatal injury to the back of his head. Nobody thinks that any of this was premeditated. In fact, a lot of the people that believe in the D&E theory, they believe that all these guys, they just want to beat John O'Keefe up. That's their game plan. And maybe it works with other cops. You beat him up and you say, hey, so basically what's going to happen is you're going to shut up about this. They make him feel fear. That's the energy that people believe is existing inside of 34 Fairview Road that very night.
Yeah, I'm like perfectly fine assuming that it's just it wasn't premeditated.
He suffers a fatal injury to the back of the head, and everybody starts freaking out because it wasn't supposed to go this far. Chloe, the German Shepherd, starts attacking John O'Keefe. The residents and the partygoers ultimately freak out even more, and they decide that they're just going to lay his body on the front lawn, and they're going to blame the snowplow drivers. They're going.
Yeah, because it's weird. Like, why just throw him like over here? I kept talking about like why didn't he get dropped off here or like maybe there to get straight in, but I guess maybe somehow it just literally could not see the lights on the house from the street, which is weird. It's not that far away, but at least I like this aerial view because we can see the exact spot that he was found at compared to the house and like the driveway. Like I said, like most of the cars are just hanging outside, not inside though. I guess that might be just because of the gym equipment that's in there, but that's just up against like this wall, I think, right? Not over here. It's just empty space. So why do you always have your cars outside? Like, I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, like that is a decent distance. But I feel like they didn't, again, they probably didn't mean to kill him. They just beat him up, thought he was okay, and they just dumped him outside. Like you would do if like someone got drunk at a bar. You could just take him, throw him outside. Like, the bouncers throw him outside. And they just did the same thing to John, not knowing that he would die from this.
Going to lay his body on the front lawn, and they're going to blame the snowplow drivers. They're going to say that John was drunk. He gets out of Karen Reed's car. Karen drives away, leaving him, which was a happy coincidence for them. And John gets hit by a snowplow. People have died from getting hit by industrial city snowplows. He's drunk. He didn't see the snowplow coming. The snowplow driver at 3 a.m. didn't see John, and they hit him, and he dies. So they.
Though I'm assuming you would have ETAs, or not ETAs, but like just a timeline of where these plows are being deployed and how long it takes them to go from one place to the other, like on a schedule. Like you would have a schedule of where they're at in the city at all times, I would assume. So the city could just like confirm or deny that easily.
See the snowplow coming? The snowplow driver at 3 a.m. didn't see John, and they hit him, and he dies. So they wait until the snowplow driver drives off, does their route of 34 Fairview. Once they hear that snowplow go through, they move his body outside. By the next morning, Karen inserts herself into the situation, thus giving them the perfect opening. Again, this is all alleged. Nothing has been proven. That's the running theory of some internet users. And they just need to know if it's feasible to bring John's body out of the basement without being seen by the neighbors. The most popular theory comes from the basement opens into the backyard. There's what they call bulkhead doors. So it looks like one of those storm shelters. It's like a plank of wood. You know when you are on the street in New York and you see those steel doors that open and then you walk down and it's the bottom of like, it's kind of like that, but not as official. It's just like a wooden door. You lift it up, there's a few steps, and then a regular door, you walk in, and that's the basement.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Directly into the backyard, yeah.
When you get out of that, you're in the backyard. You turn to the side, there's a fence. You open up that fence, directly in front of you is the flagpole.
Yeah, the flagpole.
And that is the darkest part of the whole property. They believe that someone went, one of these partygoers, parked a car on the side of the street. Then the others came in through the back side door and dragged John O'Keefe's body towards the flagpole in the middle of the night, long after Karen already went home. But does the floor plan of the house make this theory feasible? Some people are saying these are the wild cards. All of Brian Albert's friends, because other than that, family has a reason to lie for family. But what about Julie Nagel, Ryan Nagel, Sarah Levinson? Why would they say, no, I didn't see John O'Keefe coming inside. No, I didn't see anyone going to the basement. Why would they say these things if you don't believe that they're involved in the drug theory? Why would they lie? It doesn't make sense. Sarah Levinson.
I mean, it don't make sense only because they don't want to get in trouble with, literally the entire city's cop department, right?
is a nurse. Why would she risk her career for any of these people? Adding to the theory the most when you look at the floor plan of this house is that this is not an open concept first floor, which when everybody testifies, you almost envision it to be. They're like, yeah, you walk in through the front door. If I'm in the kitchen, I see everyone. I see you in the living room. I see you in the kitchen. I see everybody. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. The front door is like a vestibule. Okay, you walk in and on your right is this small dining room. And then to the left is a small entrance with the library, the study. And then there's stairs leading right up to the front, like right in front of you. There are stairs going upstairs. And then behind it, there's a door that you open and it leads into the basement. So there's stairs going down into the basement.
Wait, you're saying there's a door to the basement?
Yes.
To get into the stair to go down
Yes.
into the basement.
And then if you were to keep that door open, behind that door is the small opening to the kitchen. And these are small openings. These are not massive, grand arched entryways into each room. These are door-sized openings. So no, if you're in the kitchen, you might not even see if someone walks in. You might not even see if someone goes into the basement if that basement door is kept open. So all of these could justify why maybe some of Brian Albert Jr., Birthday Brian's friends, didn't see John O'Keefe that night if he were to have actually been in the house. Netizens think this makes perfect sense, especially now with the Alberts selling the house. The house had been in the Albert family for decades. Albert, this Albert, Chris Albert, Kevin Albert, all of them grew up in that house and they just randomly decide to sell it. If you do look at the purchase history, it says that this home was purchased in 2010. That's not true. Brian Albert purchased it from his parents in 2010. It was owned by his parents before that. Furthermore, there are rumors that Brian Albert filled the pool in his backyard before selling the house. He filled it to the brim with concrete so that it's nearly impossible to go into the pool unless you have some sort of warrant, or even the amount of resources that it would go into digging up that pool. How legally exhausting would it be to fight something like
Hold on, I'm like trying to understand what was just said. Did she just say he encased the pool in cement, so it's not a pool anymore, it's just a slab of cement? Like what?
brim with concrete so that it's nearly impossible to go into the pool unless you have some sort of warrant?
Okay, that one's confusing.
Or even the amount of resources that it would go into digging up that pool. How legally exhausting would it be to fight something like that back and forth? The rumors state that Brian Albert put bloody flooring from the basement into that pool, Chloe's body into that pool because Chloe goes missing.
Wait, what?
What?
Into that
I thought we said someone left with Chloe, right? Or we're saying like speculation that someone in this house told maybe one of them possibly to take someone else home. I think maybe it was Jennifer or Allison. Might have been Allison and then Chloe taking people home, right? And then they just wanted her to take Chloe with them to get her out of the house. But so now we're saying that Chloe is missing now, or not missing, but like I guess dead, which is like oof. I feel like I guess you don't want to upset like the homeowners who are there now, but I feel like we need to crack open that pool because it's... What do you mean you just encased your pool in cement before selling it? Don't you think that would have been the high selling point of the house? Of like, oh yeah, we have a pool. But no, I'm just going to suspiciously fill up my pool with cement, making this giant concrete slab in the ground.
that pool and then filled it in with concrete. However, that doesn't make sense because, well, for one, the new owners would have every right to dig up that filled in pool. And with the attention that this case is getting, I'm sure someone out there with disposable income would be more than happy to even fund the operation of digging up what's in that pool and even paying for it, or even a contractor to do it for free attention to their services. It doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense, and it's also not true. Brian Albert did not fill up his pool.
Okay, so it wasn't true then, because it just does not make sense.
However, his brother Tim Albert, Brian Albert's other brother that's not on this wall yet, he has been relatively quiet about this case.
I have so many questions.
Yes.
So the pool,
I'm confused. Like, wait, what?
is it filled with concrete, or is that a rumor?
At the Albert residence, it's not filled with concrete, but the rumor
Okay, that was just like lie then.
was that it was filled, and where it got disconnected online is a different Albert pool was recently filled with concrete.
Tim Albert.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Not Brian Albert, but Tim Albert.
Okay, so these are just like rumors that's going around social media.
Yeah, and they've kind of merged together, but there is a pool that's filled. They are in the Albert family, but it is not Brian Albert's pool. It's not 34 Fairview.
Right. And
I mean, so that kind of just like muddies things up. We can't just go to some random person's place, even if they are the brother Brian, be like, hey, we need to crack open your pool that you filled in for some reason, and we don't know why you filled it in. Like that pool is probably just gonna stay locked up forever, right? And then yeah, Chloe's missing.
Chloe is missing.
It depends on who you ask. If you ask Brian Albert, he will tell you that Chloe has been rehomed to the state of Vermont, to a new owner all the way in Vermont. If you
Why?
ask anyone online, they might tell you that Chloe is dead.
Why would he rehome Chloe? Like, that is pretty wild. How old is Chloe?
They've had Chloe for 7 years.
That is a weird time to rehome your dog.
Exactly.
Okay, she's middle-aged, question mark, not old. She's not a senior citizen. Yeah. There's a way to say that, like a dog is a senior citizen. She's not elderly, right? She's just old.
Exactly,
Hello?
precisely. Tim Albert does make a social media post. It's one of those like alpha male lion, black and white photos of a lion. And on top of that lion are just words that read, I stand by my family 100%. You don't fuck with them. You fuck with them and I won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person.
What does Tim Albert do?
We don't know that much about Tim Albert. He's not a cop. However, he was involved in a DUI in a little situation. We're gonna come back to Tim Albert.
Okay.
Tim Albert's gonna join the cast of characters. He's gonna be on this wall. Timmy's not escaping this wall. The pool.
Okay, did she just point at him right now? I feel like she would have already shown him off if like Tim was actually a part of this. Also, I mean, like the final video has to do with like another like murder that revolves around all these cops, just like spoilers. So that's something that could end up coming into play. I'm guessing it's going to come up to play tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but in the next episode.
Is in his backyard. It's completely filled in and there's new grass planted on top, which is interesting because the timing is strange.
First of all, how do we find out he filled his pool? And then also, why do you fill your pool?
Tim Albert lives across the street from the Canton Police Department. Tim Albert lives with the senior Alberts, with their parents.
There's even older Albert.
Yeah, and he lives in that house, and that pool, people have taken pictures of that pool. People have been watching the Albert family for a really long time.
Yeah.
There's actually one person that we're going to get into in the next episode. He's been like doing a lot of breaking coverage for this case, but he was I believe he was the first person to publicly state, and there were pictures provided, so it's not like he's just making things up. Like, this is very real. In front of Tim Albert's house, people were taking pictures, you see the pool. And then later
What am I looking for? So you have a circle here, but like, what is that circled? It's not really a good photo, but I mean, I guess you're trying to take pictures without getting in trouble. This just look like lawns there.
on, you see it just patches, it's all grassed up.
That's freaking crazy.
On top of that,
I guess that's what we're seeing. Like, I think maybe this is before and after. Maybe is this where it would have been?
the fence to the backyard looks like it's been opened up because whatever equipment they needed for concrete, it doesn't look like it had fit. So they opened up the gate and the door is now bigger.
That is wild.
I don't know why someone would fill in a pool. I understand that maybe maintenance for a pool could be.
Yeah, like the maintenance is an issue, but I feel like, is it okay to just put a slab of concrete into the ground like that? I guess you get permission, but like, what is that? What kind of effects is that going to have on the earth itself? Just have like a massive slab, like tons and tons of pounds of slab of concrete in the ground. Assuming that's what happened, they just fill it, and they didn't just fill it up with dirt instead. But I feel like I don't know if the ethical is the right word to say, but ethical thing to do would be to, you know, break up all the stuff that's inside, take all that concrete that's already down there that makes the pool, like get rid of all that. So just essentially dig out the pool and then fill it up with dirt like it should be, not just, oh, I'm too lazy, let me just fill in this hole, this pool with concrete.
Quite costly, but when you own a home, you try to maintain it.
But
because
timing though, when was it filled? After
recently,
this case?
yes.
Recently. That is so bizarre. And it's not cheap. Like concrete is expensive.
So expensive. Yes, so expensive. And I actually think it'd be more expensive to do that.
Yeah, how much it costs just to fill up a pool.
Even just to lay patches of
Filling an average size concrete pool can cost between $3,000 and $15,000. I mean, that's not as bad as I would have assumed, but yeah, is it not just cheaper just to destroy the pool? Like the pool's, I don't know, this is called the foundation, and then fill it up with dirt? Like, how much is like a pool's square of dirt worth? I mean, dirt is should be free. Just like, dig some dirt up and throw it in there, right? So how much like bags of dirt would it cost to fill that hole up?
of grass on top these
Right.
days. Patches of grass have been expensive.
That
Don't
is
ask me how I know.
weird.
But I feel like the grass would just like naturally grow over, assuming you connect it with the other dirt that's on the lawn. It'll just like grow naturally over the dirt.
It's
It's
so weird.
The strange part of all of this, though, is that the Zillow listing for the main Albert residence, 34 Fairview, it states, have you been looking for a great house in a perfect neighborhood? Well, here it is. The home boasts a completely finished basement with a family room and exercise room. But how is it?
I want to see this entire thing. This 5-bedroom, 2 full, and 2 half bath home is perfectly located in the Kennedy School District, which that's usually things like people want to know about because they want to take their kids like to a place, like easily take their kids to school. The home boasts a master bedroom with a walk-in closet with 4 other bedrooms on the 2nd floor, completely finished basement with a family room and an exercise room, an amazing backyard with a perfectly placed in-ground pool, and the list goes on. I could go on and on about this house, but just come on by and see for yourself. And then the address is located in Fairview Road is located in a perfect commuter location too, just minutes to these stations. Welcome home.
Well, here it is. The home boasts a completely finished basement with a family room and exercise room. But how is the basement finished when the flooring is just a random puzzle of unfinished plywood that doesn't even match? I would hardly call that finished. It's probably the second worst thing that you can find on the flooring of someone's basement. And the worst thing would be blood. And that is where the pool comes in. Because there's the unanswered questions. Let's say hypothetically the Alberts were to rip up the basement flooring because maybe there was some random dark liquidy substance that they didn't want on there. Where would they get rid of these massive planks of flooring? Would they just trash it? Or would they, I don't know, put it inside of a giant hole in the ground that used to be filled with water and then fill that up with concrete and throw patches of grass on top of it to make it disappear? That is the netizen theory. However, that still does not explain a lot of things in this case. If this theory is true, that would mean that Karen Read has nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death. But then how would you explain all the tiny pieces of her taillight that were found on the Albert property near John's body?
Yeah, that we don't know, except, again, unless, was it Jennifer and Carrie broke the light? Because I'm pretty sure, like, it gets kind of muddy, like, who told who, like, who saw it first. But I'm thinking that Carrie / Jennifer saw, or told Karen about the tail light, so they could have broken the tail light, thrown some pieces around his body, and blamed it, but, like, that, you're kind of, like, doing gymnastics there, but I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying that her tail light is next to John's body?
Yeah, there's just taillights everywhere on the front property.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
In his body? Like,
There are microscopic fragments of the taillight embedded in his clothing, but just take everything with a grain of salt.
okay, but we're gonna get into that.
There are a group of people out there that believe that Karen Read is 1,000% guilty. They argue Karen Read is guilty. She's also the one that found him. Furthermore, she's clearly an unstable, dishonest person. She was probably afraid that her cheating would be discovered that night from Brian Higgins and bursted into another one of her unpredictable rages before John had the opportunity to go into that house. Yes.
Unpredictable rages that we have not seen. Yeah, she's getting mad on the phone, but we haven't seen her, like, rage out in public violently before.
And bursted into another one of her unpredictable rages before John had the opportunity to go into that house. Yes, the police were shady. I simply don't think that they wanted their personal lives unearthed and affecting their career. I don't like shady cops as much as the next guy, but these guys didn't frame her. Maybe they used corrupt tactics to make sure she was found guilty, but at the end of the day, she's guilty. Which I will say, anything that reads, quote, maybe they used corrupt tactics to make sure she's found guilty should be a massive red alarm, but I digress. There are people that hate Karen Read. Some argue it's not even that I hate her. Do I think she did it? Yeah. Did that mean that she meant to do it or she was aware that she did it based off of her intoxication? No. Do I think that this was also the worst police work riddled with conflicts of interest? Also, yes. Others say it's crazy to me how in casual conversation, police corruption is a very rational idea, but in court, police corruption is irrational and absurd, and it's a conspiracy. So people are very divided. And amongst the divided group of the ones that do think Karen Read did it are obviously the McAlberts, but also John O'Keefe's own family and friends.
Yeah, I kept saying that in the previous episodes. It's kind of screwed up that all these, assuming that she didn't do it, which she's been found not guilty as far as I know during the second trial. I don't know. That they, even despite that, like, all of this conspiracy has led to John's family thinking that Karen's done it, even though if she's walking free, they all just assume she did it, you know? Except none, they don't like believe none of these people who are doing all this fishy stuff are the ones who done it. I mean, I don't know if she's done anything fishy, but like we have so much suspicious nonsense between like all this huge group, everybody's connected, and they're like, no, it's Karen. Karen's the one who did it, right? Like, okay, family.
One of John's childhood friends says, the defense theory has so many problems. If you're going to suggest that people in the house are part of a conspiracy and it was a grand plan, why would you put Johnny's body still alive, mind you, on your front lawn? There are a set of train tracks behind their house, behind the Albert residence. That's a better place. They're just saying it doesn't make any sense.
Well, we already said that because they didn't know. Oh, I got an ad there. They didn't know that he wasn't dead. They probably just beat him up and threw him outside, assuming he was going to be okay, not knowing that that is in fact not what happens. Or possibly, just to add on to like my slipping theory from the first episode, or not first episode, the second episode, that there's stairs that go up to the door of their house, and maybe he slipped on those and fell backwards on like the hard, I guess, concrete driveway that's also iced up. But if we combine that with he got beat up, so he went inside, got beat up, went outside, like got thrown outside or something, slipped, fell back on his head, cracked it, and then wandered over to the flagpole and like fell down or something, right? We can combine these things together. Like nothing is like mutually exclusive.
They say nothing points to anything and anyone other than Karen Reed. John O'Keefe wanted to be a police officer because his grandfather was one. He told everybody he wanted to be one of the good ones. His family say, while other people were trying to figure out where they belonged in the world, he knew he wanted to be a cop. His grandfather's a cop. It was kind of in his DNA. There was never an ounce of fear with that job from him. We grew up in Braintree, which is middle-class suburb, heavy Irish, heavy Italian, and Johnny was both. A friend of John says that she met him decades ago. And she says, I remember I asked him what he did for a living, and he was in the police academy. I kind of made a joke like, oh no, police officer. And he said, no. I'm the good kind. I want to be a cop because my grandfather was a cop. Side note, his grandfather's police badge was 490. John requested that exact badge number, but because he was retired, he just added a 2. So his was 2490.
Wow.
9 years prior to John being found deceased, his older sister, Kristen Furbush, passed away with a brain tumor. She left behind a daughter and a son, and it said that John was incredibly devastated. They were really, really close. And John starts making all these plans with his brother-in-law, Stephen. He's like, I'm gonna move in. I'm gonna help you raise these kids, my niece and my nephew, because my sister is gone and these are her children. But before John can even move in, just 2 months after John's sister passes away, Stephen, his brother-in-law, passes away from a heart attack. So the kids, they end up losing both parents in the span of 2 months. John's friend says it wasn't even a thought. John was like, I'm taking the kids. He said, I think my sister would like it. I think she'd be proud of me. I'm super close to the kids anyway, and I want to do this. He goes from being a single guy, a cop, to now being this uncle/dad, which, side note, the Boston police force even let him work a desk role so that he could have more stable hours to help take care of the kids. Everyone in Canton seemed to know what he was doing. Everybody wants to help, but it's also, I imagine, kind of hard to date. You've got 2 kids. Now all of your new friends, that's how he gets close with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, because they have kids that are friends with his niece and nephew. Suddenly, he's like a soccer dad. And you've got all these now parents that are most likely married with children. You're a single dad/uncle. You're in a very specific situation. That's not to say that John wasn't dating. It said that he actually dated a lot of girls, but not a lot of serious relationships. So during the pandemic, John reaches out to a few of his ex-girlfriends. I don't know if he's sending a mass email or the same message, or if he's just like everyone bored from the lockdowns, but he reaches out to Karen Reed. They dated back in 2005. Karen says that she met John O'Keefe at a birthday party, and she says, he was handsome, he was sweet, and I mean, I was 24, so that was about the criteria at the time.
Oh, wow. Young, long time ago.
From all accounts, it seems like they had a cute summer romance. Karen went to Ireland to work, and now she's back in town for the lockdowns. She gets a Facebook message from John that reads, hey, blast from the past, how are things? Karen says, I didn't answer it right away because I saw a picture of him with a bunch of kids, and I thought, oh, he looks like he's married and he's got kids. And then I ended up reaching back out to him, and then I learned the backstory of where those kids came from, and I knew that John loved his sister more than anyone or anything, and he loved those kids. I didn't really aspire to have kids, but I cared about John's kids. Karen's got her own house about 20 minutes from Canton, so she would drive and stay with John maybe 3 to 4 times a week. Now, side note, Karen teaches finance. She's an asset manager, and at night she teaches university kids about I think capital gains, and she works from home. So John's niece and nephew, they also have to do remote learning. John's a cop. He doesn't have the ability to work from home. So most of the days, Karen would go to John's house, work from home, and then give the kids lunch, take care of them while John's not home because he's a cop. And then every day she's working from home, just doing it. She's like a second parental figure. She says, I've never been married. I don't have kids. I don't like envision myself having like a white picket fence bullshit.
Is that what she said?
Yeah. And when it comes to marriage, she says, I would have considered it strongly for John, but it's not ever something that I've aspired to do. Some people are going to say goals. Other people say it's very bleak, which to give you some context to that.
It must be a lot for the small town.
Yeah.
Right?
I will say Karen is a very headstrong woman. There are a lot of netizens who think that many of these mothers were very jealous of Karen because Karen is cool. She's a single woman. She doesn't really care to have a traditional family and a traditional house and be a soccer mom.
Yeah.
She also seems like, whether you like it or not, she seems a little crazy. She seems like she knows a good time. She also seems like she's fun with the boys. Like she'll drink a beer.
She sounds outspoken too, is she?
Very outspoken. But Karen has recently been diagnosed with Crohn's disease. She also does have MS, which Jen McCabe also has. But
Recently diagnosed, so we already knew that from like episode 1, right? Because of, you know, Michael Proctor over here talking about it during the court, like the text messages he was talking to his buddies about her.
before she gets that message from John on Facebook during the pandemic, she had gone through 10 surgeries within an 18-month period. So I can see how she doesn't care about the white picket fence bullshit. She's just trying to get through these obstacles. It's been reported that John and Karen bond over the fact that, yeah, maybe life has not been going according to plan for either of us. They start dating. Two sisters are called to testify during Karen Reed's first trial. Laura Sullivan and Marietta Sullivan.
I don't know who these two are. I don't think we've heard of them before. Question mark. I'm pretty sure we haven't heard of these two. Right? Yeah, I don't see them here. So yeah, no clue who these two are. And this is the first trial. So the trial that was like all goofed up and we didn't have information, like so much information that we were missing, that we didn't see until the second trial. Though I am going to be right back in a minute or two. So we're just going to go cut to the BRB. I know everyone and the grandma's going to leave while I'm gone for like a minute, but I will be right back. But I am back, so I'm guessing we are going to see who these two are now.
They are the two sisters that were present on the New Year's Eve trip that Karen told Brian Higgins about. Brian Haha Higgins. Remember, he was like, did they bang? Question mark.
And I said, did they bang? Question mark.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So those were the women that one of them was flirting with or had a thing with.
Everybody
John?
has a different opinion about what happened in Aruba. I can't find a single fact or story that everyone in the small town of Canton is like, you know what? That's what happened. I don't know why everybody needs to have a different opinion about every single event, but that's the case with Aruba.
And that happened in like 2021.
No, this happened recently. So just 29 days before John's passing, they go to Aruba.
Oh.
They go to Aruba 29 days before John's passing, and they had, John was there, Karen was there, the kids were there, and there were a big group of small town friends that were there. 60 people ended up going.
Damn.
How do they all know each other? Well, John's best friend / partner in the Boston police force was a guy named Pat. He was the father of Laura Sullivan's child.
Okay, so she also uses the term was. I mean, it might just be because John's gone, but like, he was John's best friend. Is Pat dead? Did they have a falling out? Question mark. Other than John being murdered, and no longer having his friend around. But like, again, I pay too much attention to the use of past tense for whatever reason.
So John's Boston cop partner is Pat. Pat and Laura Sullivan are dating, and she ends up getting pregnant with his child. But before she even gives birth, Pat ends up self-exiting. And this is...
Okay, that's why, again, I said that's why I'm paying attention to the was, because he said he was his best friend, because he's no longer here. He's also deceased.
This was like 8 years before Aruba. Now, John was Laura's child's godfather. He was very involved in the child's life. Laura testifies he was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant connection to Pat because they were best friends. He was always just making sure that my son was taken care of, in the sense of being there to tell him stories about his relationship with Pat. So now 8 years later, John, Karen, the kids, they're going to this Aruba trip, and Karen asks for 2 rooms. Karen wants her own bathroom. She wants her own space. The prosecutors are going to make it look like, see, Karen is so needy. Karen is so crazy. She's just doing too much. But
I mean, she does have a disease where she has to, like, use the bathroom, right? So I feel like that's a perfectly acceptable need, question mark.
in reality, I mean, she's got Crohn's disease. She has a lot of difficulties using the restroom. I think likely due to her medical condition, she just wants her own space.
Yeah, like, I feel like she just wants her own space. Like, that just makes sense. Like, she has diseases where she wants to, like, have full control over her bathroom, I feel like.
Their rooms are not directly in front of each other because it's just hard. They're on opposite ends of this hotel.
When you say 2 rooms, are you saying Karen 1 room, John and the 2 nieces 1 room?
One niece, one nephew. Yes. So John and the kids are going to be in one room. Karen's going to have her own room. But the whole trip in Aruba, Karen's taking care of the kids.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's bad. Like,
not bad,
otherwise,
yeah.
there's 4 people and she needs her own space. Like,
Exactly. So they end up on opposite ends of this pretty small hotel. I mean, it's fine. Laura says this was her first time meeting Karen, and she just remembers Karen walking up to her, giving her a big hug, smiling that she's heard so much about her, and it is so strange. I do think a lot of netizens have some negative opinions about the Sullivan sisters. I wouldn't go as far to say that because we don't know really anything about the Sullivan sisters. I will say, though, it is very interesting how the prosecution keeps calling all these witnesses to the stand, and they all inadvertently make Karen look better. Because it's also the way they say it. The Sullivan sisters are like, yeah, it was my first time meeting her. She came up to me, gave me a big hug.
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
It almost seems like they're trying to make it sound neutral, but it sounds positive. It's a friend's birthday that night, so the group of them, they go out to dinner, and Laura is asked what happens there. Again, everyone's assuming something bad is gonna happen, but she says,
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
and what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in that instance?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines, and she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
A lot of netizens thought, again, this part was weird because some say it's giving mean friend energy. The way that it's said, people have been analyzing that. I mean, to be fair, they are testifying at the trial. I don't know what you expect them to do, to just like smile and giggle through it. I don't know. I mean, maybe I would because I'm so nervous, but it seems like they're just trying to be as neutral as possible. But a lot of people are saying, that sounds like an amazing first impression. Why are they even bringing this up? However, Laura's little sister, Marietta, not nearly as good of a first impression of Karen Reed. She gets up in the stand, and Marietta says that she ends up flying into Aruba a little later than her sister. And when she first arrives at the hotel, she's busy saying hi to everybody. I mean, clearly she knows John. That's her nephew's godfather. Marietta says he was similar to a big brother to me.
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times, so I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
She ends up running into him in the lobby the first night after dinner, and she
Okay, so how is she going to have like such a drastic contrast to her sister about Karen? Like, what could have possibly happened, right?
She says that John O'Keefe is stumbling into the lobby. She had just gotten out of the elevator. John O'Keefe is alone. And Marietta says,
My initial response to him was whoa, you okay? I actually said, whoa, Godfather, are you okay? But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
Wasn't he drunk during this? I don't know if he's drunk or something else.
She says that she goes up to him and gives him a hug. She says that he was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. It was like he was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, where are you going? Assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet all of us. So I guess all the friends were there. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, well, you should go that way. And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar where I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
Okay, so we're assuming that Karen is doing this. So he seems to be potentially intoxicated out of his mind, that he doesn't know what the heck is going on.
So I turn around to go back in.
As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, who the fuck was that? As I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. He said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister. I said, hi, nice to meet you. That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, yeah, fuck you too, and walked away.
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. She was just very loud. She was very energetically screaming at me to go fuck myself. She was waving with her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down, and after I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar, and I didn't see much after that. I went straight to my sister Laura, and I looked at her, and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend? And she looked at me and said, Karen? And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks. Laura, Marietta's sister, says that she went to talk to John about the whole thing. So it seems like obviously Laura and John are closer.
So Laura wants to talk about her sister.
Yeah, what happened? And she says, quote, I said, what's going on? And he said, nothing. I said, did Etta, Marietta, and Karen have words? He said, I don't know. And I said, well, that's not what Marietta said. And I asked him if everything was okay. And at the time, his phone was lighting up and it looked like calls, text messages. And it said Karen on his phone. I asked him if he needed to take it. And he said, yeah, she's crazy. I got to take care of this. Laura says throughout the entire trip, he just didn't seem like himself. She says, quote, he seemed distant.
I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? He kind of just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
Eventually, Laura says that John tells her, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen. Side note, it has been debated whether or not they did make out. Both the sisters kind of state that they never made out. Some netizens feel like they have mean girl energy, and if Marietta did kiss John, she could have easily said no. Additionally, she had a boyfriend that night, or that time, so she could have lied.
Wait, this is all from, how Karen was telling Brian Higgin that John was making out with a girl. And
yeah, like we've gone full circle to that. So the girl that he was allegedly making out with was one of these sisters.
The sisters are saying that was the incident in the elevator. They're just walking out, exchange words. But Karen thought either thinking something happened or whatever. That's it. That was all the sisters are saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, some say the way that Marietta describes hugging John, it feels very intimate. To notice that he's like looking above her while they're hugging. It just, I don't know. Some people, the way that she says that she testifies sounds more intimate. People have been really dissecting it. Either way, Karen ends up believing that they did kiss at some point. And then she ends up believing that she believed it wrong. Another thing to note that could indicate why Karen was so angry is Karen was in the hotel room taking care of the niece and nephew while John was out getting drunk. So that...
Yeah, that's what I was saying about the, like when she was saying he's glassy-eyed, he was like stumbling around. It seems like he's like pretty, just like incredibly wasted. So yeah, I don't know what's happening there. Also, okay, I need to be right back. Again, like I smell smoke, and it's actually enough to be like, okay, what's going on? So I am going to be right back. Hopefully nothing's happening, but I'm actually coughing. Like I want to cough because of the smoke, so let me be right back. Alright, I am back, and yeah, something got put on the stove, and I guess it started burning, got caught on fire. The whole house is full of smoke, but it's not a problem. I'll try not to cough, because it is actually so bad that it makes me want to cough, but I'll just ignore it and keep going. So what were we even talking about now? I mean, it's only been a few minutes, but we're talking about the sisters.
Karen was in the hotel room taking care of the niece and nephew while John was out getting drunk.
Yeah, that's what it was. He clearly was heavily intoxicated to not even know what the heck was going on. It felt like he was just so out of it, and so I'm assuming if that's the moment he did that stuff, that's what I thought initially. But maybe he didn't even do that stuff to begin with. He just was really drunk, but he didn't actually make out with anybody. And then she was upset that he was so wasted, and she was stuck taking care of the kids, because that was her contention with him to begin with when she was talking to Brian. That she hated having to take care of John's kids all the time.
So that might have led her to believe that he was out doing something that he shouldn't have been doing, and she caught him in the act. Later, Karen pulls Laura aside, and she says, "Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room."
Really?
Yeah, Laura testifies, "I said it's absolutely not necessary."
Hear that again.
Later, Karen pulls Laura aside, and she says, "Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room."
Really?
Yeah, Laura testifies, "I said it's absolutely not necessary, just an apology will do."
Wow.
The prosecutor asks her, did she...
Okay, so they're both corroborating that Karen said that, and Karen's admitting that John didn't do any of that stuff, right?
Persist in wanting to pay for that room? She did.
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
Obviously.
So it's kind of weird, because they're both saying, okay, she did, Karen did admit that John didn't do anything with his sister, and she felt bad. She was trying to help, or say sorry. But this is all before their conversation with Brian, and she specifically said that John did stuff with his sister during that, Also, again, sorry about the voice, because it's there's just smoke, there's so much smoke. She told Brian that John did that stuff, though in the moment when they were at the hotel, she was like, "I'm sorry, I thought the wrong thing." So I feel like she was just making stuff up. That's assuming she believed that John didn't actually do anything during this event, right? And she was just lying to the sister's face, saying sorry, but she didn't actually believe that. I don't know. I feel like she might have just said that stuff to Brian to get Brian to be interested in her, so that she can make John jealous. It's just a part of Karen's jealousy scheme with John. Yeah, I think most of the stuff is the smoke's being pumped out. So it should be fine.
This Aruba incident was a big deal for Karen. She was texting ATF Brian about it, and she sounds really hurt, which is why netizens are confused why the sisters were called to testify. I mean, they have no connection with the alleged crime, the alleged charges. Additionally, some netizens feel like it actually validated Karen's side more. But nevertheless, that was beginning of 2022. 28 days later, John O'Keefe and Karen, they get into another fight. The morning of January 28th.
The date.
Technically the day, yeah.
Of.
Karen and John, they start arguing, and it's mainly because Karen took John's niece to Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast.
Again, it's always it always has something to do with the children that these two are fighting. This seems to be specifically that's just why they're always fighting, is because of the kids.
Karen says, he thought I spoiled them. I was miffed because it was just in the essence of saving time. I would say the arguments that we've had, this was probably one of the unfair ones, so I got my back up more than I normally did. And it sounds kind of like an unbelievable fight, but a close friend of John's does state that John would complain about Karen, and what would he complain about? Quote, "I did hear him complain about when Karen would buy very nice things for the kids. He wouldn't like that, stuff like that. Or
buy very nice things?
Mm-hmm. Or take the kids to get their nails done or something like that. He didn't like it."
Huh.
Which a lot of netizens, again, are saying, wait, how is this helping the Commonwealth's case? Because so we're just mad that Karen has financial resources and she's using them on not even her own kids?
Exactly.
There's a text from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe read, January 28th, 2022, 9:49 a.m. "You have really hurt me this time." John responds, "I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their lives, the kids' lives, do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy." Which, while I can see how frustrating that is for John, just...
I think we did hear that before, like him saying he always has to play the bad guy. He has to play like the strict one. Like he literally has to play a bad cop to the Karen's good cop. Like literally. Yeah, I don't know why he well the narrative is that he's always upset like with her for being nice to them, but I think that's just like it right there, what he just said there, right? Because he has to be the disciplinary one, I'm guessing, where everyone else gets to be nice to them because they're not the ones like who like have the responsibility of taking care of the kids. Like if they could just leave whenever they want to, they don't necessarily have to be there. Where he kind of always has to be there for them, right? Which means he has to be the bad guy when he needs to be the bad guy, quote unquote. I'm guessing. So I think that's like she just like I think explained it pretty well with what he just said, where he can't be like that. He has to be the bad guy.
Just on a human level, a lot of netizens also argue, but that's not Karen's fault because Karen is not their parent, is not their guardian, is not their parental figure. And if anything, she's being nice to the kids. In fact, a lot of people say that the kids loved Karen, and that actually caused a lot of strain in their relationship.
So there's like so much just like not contrary stuff of what's going on, but like you know, he's always like he gets upset sometimes because he can't be the good guy all the time. She's like seemingly being really nice to all the kids all the time, but does she really want to be nice? Because when she had the text with Brian, she was talking about like that she hates taking care of John's kids. So it's like, what's the truth? What's not? Like she's putting up like a facade of being like this a really nice person to them. Again, like I don't think Karen did any of this, but it's not like she's a saint though. But she's putting on this persona of like being a saint to the children. But then, like, behind their back, she's saying she doesn't like having to take care of them to Brian. But again, I don't know if that's just like a ploy she was saying to Brian to make Brian interested in her so that she could make John jealous, so that John gives her more attention. And, like, maybe, like, her saying she hates taking care of the kids was, like, a half-truth, half-lie. Like, maybe she does, maybe she doesn't.
Karen responds, I am not the same as everyone else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy and smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you on what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and you continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help. I'm just your girlfriend. I'm not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. So a lot of people think it indicates that maybe prior she would make a lot of meals that were maybe healthier. John responds, I know, I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggling daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. Karen responds, niece, the niece's name redacted, isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else.
These are the morning of? Or?
Yeah. Karen's texting him not to lose faith in the kids or himself. And she says, life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day and just be so proud of yourself, JJ.
Okay, so this is stuff Karen's saying, these uplifting things Karen's saying to him the day that John dies, and we're trying to say that Karen killed him the day she said stuff like this.
But later in the day, I think Karen has some time to stew about it. She thinks about it a little bit, and she responds, I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty...
Yeah, maybe that's how things are being seen, right? I'm guessing maybe like a Karen.
pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over to the house after...
What does she say here?
She thinks about it a little bit, and she responds, I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over to the house after everything you said. John responds, not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. Things in my own life have been difficult too, you know? I know. Text messages, some netizens don't think it puts John O'Keefe in the best light either.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff is just like making John look bad. Like, they're trying to make Karen look bad. I'm assuming the prosecutors here are trying to make Karen look bad to give it like why she would have motive to kill John, but it's just making John look not perfect. Again, not that Karen's perfect. Like, nobody's perfect, right? So it's just making him have some flaws.
I guess he does consistently brush her off when she wants to talk about how hard she's trying, and she does have her own struggles as well. And other times when she's trying to communicate, he's very standoffish. And I think a lot of people think that adds to the statement that Jen McCabe said, which is that all the women in these little soccer PTA mom groups think that Karen Reed is just a glorified babysitter. Karen says, "Tell me if you're interested in someone else. I can't think of any other reason you've been like this." Nope, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? Kids are here. I'm not in the mood to talk. So you're not into it anymore? That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. I'm trying to kiss and hug you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. He says, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently." It appears that Karen tries to get in contact with him by calling him nonstop. I don't know what nonstop means, but he says, "OMG, stop calling."
Okay, so now we're behind the scenes between them for like a while, so they are like bickering constantly for months. And that makes more sense, the the ploy that she was trying to do with Brian here, of trying to what I assume essentially was what we were saying yesterday, is that she was doing all this stuff with Brian to try to make John jealous and come running back to her and give her more attention. She didn't really want anything to do with Brian. She was just, trying to find possibly some comfort, but also just something to make John jealous with, which is toxic, but this seems like to be like a semi-toxic relationship to begin with, so.
I've explained it a few times already. I'm not doing it again. So you're not into this anymore? Not into fighting all the time, correct? If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. He just responds in caps, "I'm not answering, stop calling." She texts him, "I'm gonna grab a drink in a bit. Can you please answer?" John responds, "No, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun." She says, "Seeing if you want to meet me later." Again, a lot of people say that these texts give the impression that Karen just really wanted attention from John, and that could explain why she was reaching out to Brian Higgins. It seems like
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that's why she was doing this with Brian, is because John was just like ignoring her, being like honestly pretty mean to her.
she just wanted John to show her some sort of... I mean, the logic is coherent. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. She later texts John O'Keefe frustrated, "I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things that I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong." She also states that she doesn't want to go meet him at the house right now because she feels like the second she walks in, the niece and nephew are going to get chatty with her and, quote, "that's going to irritate you." So again, which further, I mean, at this point in the text message, he doesn't disprove the theory.
Wait, she's saying that if the nieces are showing like interest in Karen, like getting close, like, being friendly, that's going to irritate John O'Keefe.
I don't think it's just the fact that they're probably friendly with Karen Reed. It's the fact that they probably think that John O'Keefe is the bad guy, the bad cop. And she's the fun one. And they're going to be like, "You're fun," unlike JJ. And maybe they say stuff like that. I don't know. So, I mean, there was another incident where Karen said that the kids had gone on vacation with John O'Keefe's parents. When they get back, they hugged Karen first. And that was kind of a situation in their relationship. I think that maybe some netizens are saying it also adds to the dynamic of the fact that these are not his kids. If they were his kids, he'd probably be a lot happier that maybe his kids even like his partner more than they like him. Because that's what teenagers do. But I think it's the fact that he was also their uncle, their fun uncle for the longest time.
Fascinating.
And then now he's, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
But Karen states that John would get a little upset over things like this. Side note, in the text messages, there are conversations about a water heater that was not working at Karen's house. And it's interesting because, again, when you read these messages, some people interpret it as, "God, Karen Reed is so annoying. She's so needy, so high maintenance." Others think John is just kind of mean towards her and not really showing her basic appreciation. The only reason he even invites her to CF McCarthy's that night is because he tells her straight up his friend is going home, so he needs a ride, essentially.
Yeah, I think we heard a little bit of that in the other episodes where he was kind of just using her as a safety ride. I forget what it's called. Just the person who doesn't get drunk so that they can drive you home, right? He was kind of just using her like that. So yeah, it just seems like he's being pretty mean to Karen, but they're trying to use that as reason for her to kill him, which obviously that's not enough, right? I mean, nothing should be enough, but that's not enough to be like, "Oh yeah, I gotta run John over in a crime of passion."
And again, this does not really help the prosecution. In fact, it just shows that Karen Reed wants a
Designated driver.
healthy relationship. If she's not getting it, she would just rather John tell her and they can move on. That's the vibe. And it also seems like she likes him more than he likes her, which would mean that her outburst of believing that he's cheating on her doesn't seem so far left field. One netizen comment reads, "To be honest, I expected the text to be really bad. Thus far, I just see a lot of standard couple bullshit." Karen says this fight was pretty rough. She ends up calling her dad that day before going to CF McCarthy's and then Waterfall and then 34 Fairview. She's at her house and she just says, "My father just gently said to me, 'Karen, why don't you stay home tonight? It's gonna snow anyway.' But I didn't." And she says, "Dad, if I had listened to you, none of this would have happened. Because now John is being rushed to the Good Samaritan Hospital and the likelihood of him surviving is very slim. It's gonna snow anyway."
Say that again?
House. And she just says, "My father just gently said to me, 'Karen, why don't you stay home tonight? It's gonna snow anyway.' But I didn't." And she says, "Dad, if I had listened to you, none of this would have happened. Because now John is being rushed to the Good Samaritan Hospital and the likelihood of him surviving is very slim. His body temperature is at 80 degrees Fahrenheit or 26.7 degrees Celsius, which means multiple organs are already shutting down." A paramedic does mention when someone's hypothermic and in cardiac arrest, we can't declare them dead or passed on until they've been warmed up. A lot of times with hypothermic patients, they can appear to be dead when they're actually still alive. So there have been instances where people have woken up in the morgues that were hypothermic and when their body's warmed up a little bit. So we have to be very cautious, very careful about treating them as much as we can. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. There is a fatal laceration to the back of John O'Keefe's head that has caused multiple skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. John O'Keefe will pass in the hospital, while Karen is 2 doors down on the same floor, losing her mind. Karen gets Section 12 in that same hospital. She says,
Okay, what is Section 12? So, now we have information of what she was doing while she was in the hospital with him.
while at the scene, she calls her mom, she calls her dad, her brother. Nobody's answering. She's freaking out. Eventually, her dad calls her back. And in this emotional, distraught state, Karen tells her dad she does not want to exist anymore. He is so nervous for his daughter. He calls the police to make sure that they're making sure she's not trying to do anything.
Like the Kempton Police Department?
Yes, and they Section 12 her because, you know, his trust in the police was very high at this point.
Yeah. Could you explain Section 12 for?
It's like a psych evaluation. So she's forced to go to the hospital, go through a mental evaluation to make sure that she's not going to self-exit and be a harm to herself and or to other people. She ends up 2 doors down from John. John's parents are driven to the hospital by Carrie Roberts. So after leaving the scene, she actually drives.
So Carrie is like friends/best friends with John, so that kind of makes sense that she would do that. I don't know why they wouldn't just drive themselves, but maybe they can't.
Back to the scene. It's very complicated. She and Karen leave 34 Fairview together. And then the officer calls Carrie Roberts and is like, you got to bring Karen back because we got to Section 12 her. So then she drives back to 34 Fairview. Karen gets ambulance to the hospital, Section 12. Carrie Roberts then goes to pick up John O'Keefe's mom and dad, Peggy, and they drive to the hospital. And Peggy O'Keefe, John's mother, says, we started walking down the corridor of the hospital. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead? Peg, Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know if it was a nurse or a worker. I just asked, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. To which Peggy is later asked by Prosecutor Brennan, Special Prosecutor Brennan, right here.
He's the prosecutor for trial number.
Yeah, he's the
2.
Yes, and he.
Yeah, we can consider them the bad guys if we're saying who's like a good guy and a bad guy team.
He's a special prosecutor, so he's not a DA. He's brought in specifically for this case, and he's paid like $500,000. Sharper than Lally, I will say, but still kind of. His nickname online is Spanky.
Spanky?
Because his name is Hank.
Hank Spanky.
Yeah, they call him Spanky.
That's it, just because of his name is Hank?
I think it's Special Prosecutor Hank, and I think it's supposed to be not the nicest nickname.
Spanky, got it.
Yeah. To which Peggy is asked later by Spanky, so when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated? She was loud. I don't know. She was just loud as she was saying it. Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, will also later testify that Karen screamed at him too, to which Paul at this point blows Karen a kiss and walks off with his family. This blowing of the kiss has been interpreted in drastically different ways depending on the netizen. Some people.
Hey, what do you like? Huh? That caught me off guard. Like, what do you mean? Blowing her a kiss? Are we trying to say like that Paul did it? Huh? Like Paul did, but like did Paul orchestrate this? Like that doesn't make any sense. But why would he do that? That's so weird.
People think that it's just him trying to show her love in a very difficult situation where everything is falling apart. Others say it's kind of weird.
Yeah, like blowing a kiss should not just be. I mean, you can argue that it should, but it shouldn't just be like used so flippantly? Question mark. Like you could give it a hug or something. Not like blowing a kiss seems romantic, not anything else. Like if I see that, that's a romantic gesture.
I don't know. Now, a firefighter later testifies that it appeared to him that Karen was showing signs consistent of having gone through a traumatic experience, rapid, repetitive speech, and it's been said that she was freaking out about how she was going to take care of the kids. So she might have felt some sort of responsibility there. Karen's brother says when Karen finds out that John is gone, she does lose it for a little bit, but within a short period of time, she finds a way out. She says, by the time I finally get out of the hospital, right before noon, I said, Dad, I want to go see the kids. So Karen, her dad, and her brother, they all drive to John O'Keefe's house, where John's parents, John's brother, John's father, his niece and nephew were all there. And Karen says, I hugged his dad and his niece, greeted his brother and his mother. I knew they had just identified the body. And I said, Paul, which is John's brother, Paul, what did he look like? What happened? And he said, my brother looks like he went 5 rounds with Tyson. Looks like he got beat up. Paul would later say about looking at his brother, he was pretty banged up. His eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, or a mask anyway. Blood coming down his nose, blood coming down his mouth. What really stood out to me were the eyes. It was almost as if there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen. However, Karen states John's mom clearly doesn't agree. She claims John's mom, quote, and his mother leaned over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. And I'm like, wait a minute, were you both looking at the same body? That's what Karen says. Karen eventually goes upstairs to grab her things, and she knew immediately the whole thing felt off. That's why she doesn't end up staying a long time. Karen's dad and brother are also there, and Karen's brother says after a couple of minutes, John's brother gets a phone call. He leaves the room, and when he comes back, the way he looked at my sister, it was like time stopped. Oxygen left that room at that point, and there was some serious looks of guilt being thrown at Karen, subsequently at my father and I as well. Karen says, I could read the room. I could tell that I wasn't wanted there. She really was not. Later, Peggy O'Keefe testifies.
And then they came in, and then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there, but at the time, and I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
So Peggy's saying, I shouldn't have let Karen upstairs that day.
Okay, so that's just trying to throw suspicion at Karen, I guess, and her parents. Though, I don't know if the prosecutors wanted her to say something like that, like if that was implanted in her to say, to draw like as much suspicion as possible from Karen. But what would Karen take that would get rid of a suspicion, right? Like, I don't know what she could have possibly taken from a room.
Peggy also states that she doesn't remember ever saying anything to Karen along the lines of accusing her of hitting him with her car, but I don't know. One of John's closest friends also states, we had no details at this point. I immediately called Johnny's brother, Paul, and Paul started to fill in some of the gaps. Everyone liked Karen, and everything changed on the morning of the 29th. And everyone thought, if she did this, she's going to be held responsible for it. And at this point, we didn't necessarily think that Karen hit him on purpose. We just know that something happened, she hit him, and she left. Yeah,
that's like the worst part of the story, I feel like, is that everybody in the grandma thinks that Karen did it, and it's specifically John's family, which that's rough.
John's friends compares it to Karen needs to fall on the sword if this is what she did. They just want her to admit it, show remorse, and they can move on. But as the trial goes on, they change their minds, and they say, quote, this is quite literally a murder carnival. And it's as though Karen is the happiest murder defendant in America, walking a red carpet on her way into her own murder trial.
That's weird. What changed?
They truly believe that Karen did it. And they think that all these conspiracies are just heinous conspiracies crafted by the defense to...
They think that Karen did it on accident at first.
And then they're like, if she's trying this hard to make up all these, quote, lies and conspiracies and brainwash the media, then that means that she might have done it on purpose. And there are things that maybe they just can't justify, like the fact that a tiny piece of John O'Keefe's hair is found on the bumper of Karen Reed's car. Now, some argue... yeah, well, that's not really that abnormal. I mean, John O'Keefe, like Karen Reed would park her car in John O'Keefe's garage. This is not completely unheard of. Other people say the fact that the hair was found on her car should already be alarming. Because at this point, her car has been driven around a blizzard. It's been towed from police station to a house. It's towed everywhere. And people are confused. Quote, you're going to tell me.
Oh, wait, I think what they're getting at is like, you somehow found a piece of John's hair on the car after it's been, like, as you said, literally all over the city, and somehow there's still a piece of hair on it despite being in this blizzard. Somehow, miraculously, you still find a single follicle on this car despite all the wear and tear it's gone through these past however long it's been since the car was actually examined.
A hair stays on the bumper throughout the entire 60 miles back and forth through a blizzard, and you're going to find a tiny hair on the bumper? That doesn't make sense. Other things that don't make sense? Well, you've got Michael Proctor. To have a stellar performance review for work is a very hard endeavor. If you've never had a bad mark on your employee performance review in 12 years, you might as well brag about it too. Saying, quote, I've never had a single complaint. I've never been the subject of any disciplinary actions. All my employee evaluations are either outstanding or excellent. But sir, quit playing. We know exactly what you've done. Trooper Proctor is up on the witness stand, and for my audio listeners, he looks like a freshly boiled egg. There's not really a more eloquent way to describe his features.
I mean, she didn't have to go there, but I mean, isn't a lot of bald people here? Like the Brian #1, Kenneth, no, RIP for Kenneth. Brian, this new dude who we haven't talked about, this guy's bald. Like most of the people here are bald. Like this guy, the other brother, both brothers are bald. And we have to specifically say Proctor looks like a boiled egg. I mean, Proctor's a bad guy, so go off, I guess, but just silly comments about this boiled egg. Are we just going to start calling him boiled egg now?
Though Proctor is a witness and one of the lead investigators on the case of the death of John O'Keefe, he's sitting at the witness stand looking like a defendant. I mean, he might as well be. He's fighting for his life. He tries to win the jury over with the fact that he's been doing this job for 10 years. And everyone's...
Objection. Sustained. Though, I mean, like, I feel like saying, if he's out if he's in the chair just talking about like, oh, how good at his job he is, I feel like that would have been something to be like, oh, objection. And because it would have been the defense saying objection, I feel like, you know, Beverly here would have like said denied. What do you say when someone says objection, you don't want to sustain it? Denied? I don't know.
Everyone's like, that's actually...
Since again, I think Beverly is on the side of everybody else but Karen. Like she's against Karen, which is why she's green.
He tries to win the jury over with the fact that he's been doing this job for 10 years. And everyone's like, that's actually terrifying. 5 years with the homicide unit. Again, we're scared. Several homicide schools he's attended. That's what he calls them, homicide schools. He also has experience working in narcotics. A lot of people are like, lots of cops with access to drugs. He was on a shift when the call comes in that there was a male party discovered on the snow outside of a residence. That's what he says he was told. He wasn't told anything else. Canton police, these three right here, the Canton clowns, they quickly fill him in that it's a Boston cop, 10% survival rate. That's what Proctor says that he's told. And the first...
Okay, now we're still calling them clowns. I called them the Three Stooges yesterday, though we don't really have much info on them other than that they were the first responders to the John situation. And like, it's just three of them, so I was like Three Stooges, but like I guess three clowns now.
Fill him in that it's a Boston cop, 10% survival rate. That's what Proctor says that he's told. And the first stop Proctor says he's going to make is going to the woman that called 911, Jen McCabe. He drives over to Jennifer McCabe's house where Jen McCabe is there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, is there. And then also her brother-in-law, fellow Boston cop, the man whose lawn John O'Keefe was found, Brian Albert, he is also at Jen McCabe's house.
This is second day? First day? 29th? 30th?
Yeah, the 29th. So the Canton cops, they come out to 34 Fairview.
Yep.
They're actually the first ones to talk to Jennifer McCabe.
Yep.
Officer Lank is. He goes inside the house and he's talking to Jennifer McCabe. Gallagher, this one, also goes inside the house and he's talking to Jennifer McCabe. And he's talking to Brian Albert. And then they're like, you know what? We got to recuse ourselves because that's what Chief Berkowitz wants. He says, we can't because Kevin Albert has been with us for 18 years. Body found on Brian Albert's lawn. We got to recuse ourselves. Do they?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like he actually was like, hey, we can't be a part of this because we're too close to the case, or too close to the people in the case, which I was saying that's a good thing that Kenneth did that, like, because it's in their, they're not a unbiased party, right? They're too biased in this, so they have to bail, which is, I think, unfortunately how Michael gets brought in, question mark.
Do they really recuse themselves? Not really. So then the Canton clowns, these three, okay, they go and they talk to the troopers that are taking over. The trooper trolls, okay? So they go to the trolls, and the trolls are like, okay, what's going on? Just give us the details so we don't have to do our job. They say, you should probably talk to Jennifer McCabe. That is where Trooper Proctor goes.
So he pulls up in Jen McKay's house, and Brian Albert's now at Jen McKay's house.
Yes.
They shifted their meeting from Brian's house to Jen McKay's house.
Yes. Brian is like, listen, I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were, and I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything because we're close. I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle. A few things about that. The man was found on your lawn, also your wife's lawn. Maybe you should worry about your own wife. A lot of people think affair theories, swinger theory, affair theory. Other people think that's a nice excuse to be like, I wanted to make sure that she doesn't fuck up. Some people think, what if it was a coincidence? What if he was just checking in on Jen and then Trooper Proctor shows up? Well, during cross-examination, Jackson asks Brian, isn't it true that you knew, or at least you believed, that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house? Yes. You were not asked by the police to join her, correct? No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed, that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
Proctor does not think that this is weird at all in the slightest. I'm not sure he knows how to do that. Think, that is. I don't think he thinks at all. To him, this is 3 birds, 1 stone. Let's interview Jen, Matt, and Brian all at once. Because technically, these are the last 3 people to see John O'Keefe alive, whether that be at Fairview, whether that be at the Waterfall Bar. These are extremely important witnesses, and I believe that anyone who has at least seen 1 documentary and maybe 1 episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine would have better investigative skills than the Trooper Trolls. They
Haven't seen that.
interview the 3 with no audio, no body cam, nothing.
Didn't even cross my mind that, though. I think these are the 3 trolls, right? Literally got all their testimonies and interviews with no footage whatsoever. I mean, obviously, we know that they're all the bad guys, right? So it makes sense, but like, it really interview them, no video footage, not even writing anything down. Not that you can trust something being written down. But still, I mean, honestly, you probably can't like trust video nowadays just because of deepfake stuff, right?
Barely any notes. Michael Proctor is asked by ABC, does it change the nature of the investigation when you know the deceased is a cop?
Does it change the nature of the investigation when you know that the deceased is a cop?
This was on ABC. What?
No, nor should it.
Because again, when you're dealing with a police officer, a cop that has died, I mean, officers are usually very enthusiastic about solving that case.
True, yeah.
But no notes, no audio, just winging it. He says no, it doesn't change anything that the deceased is a police officer. He says nor should it. I mean, there is a little more emotion involved towards the deceased, which makes sense. And maybe that justifies why he starts looking through deceased officer's girlfriend's phone for nudes. You're like, yeah, I'm extra sad because the deceased is one of me. We're all law enforcement. We face the same battles every day. We relate to each other.
So what happened immediately after they call Karen Reed to the station and took over her phone?
No, later they go to Karen's house, or Karen's dad's house. They tow her car and they seize her phone. And then he starts immediately looking for nudes. But he's telling ABC, you know, I was a little more emotional because the deceased was a cop. And everyone's like, oh, so you're so emotional about the deceased being a fellow officer.
Yeah, that you're looking through Karen's phone, looking for nudes, talking about how hot she is and all this other stuff. Okay.
Of the law, that you're like, you know what? Just to like spit on his grave, I'm gonna look for his girlfriend's naked photos.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And who was he texting those messages to exactly?
The Trooper Trolls. This one specifically, Buchanan.
That is crazy. Let's say there are photos. You think he would just share the photos then?
Yes, because he said no nudes so far, and one of the other troopers that's not on this wall yet, he thumbs down the message as in, like, disappointed.
Oh my God.
Like, darn. Proctor's sheer shamelessness makes my head spin. On the stand, Proctor has to read his messages out loud. He tries to read them in the most casual tone, not unlike Brian Haha Higgins.
I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Haha, I'm shy. And I said, haha. I said, haha.
The I'm shy comment from this dude. There's like a 50-year-old dude saying he's shy. I mean, sure, maybe he is shy. It's just weird to hear these private messages. They need to be kept private, but obviously not for this case. We need to know what happened. But this between him and Karen, I don't think. Obviously, like we were talking about the last time, that I don't think this guy did anything. Like he didn't try to kill John, and even I would have in a scenario I would even assumed that he was trying to be the good guy at this house and like was trying to tell John like, hey, this is what your girlfriend's doing, and then that caused the scuffle, right? That could have caused something bad to happen because like maybe John freaked out over it or something. I don't know.
I said haha again.
And he's just like trying to act as if he's reading off the Cheesecake Factory menu, but I don't think that there is in any way in which he can cadence delivery his way out of these words that he texted. He reads, and this is in reference to him talking to his high school buddies, why he's not investigating the homeowner.
High school buddy, that's a friend.
Yeah, these are friends. So he's got multiple group chats.
Okay, so these are civilians.
Yes.
That's asking Proctor about this case, investigation.
Yes.
Shouldn't that be against the law? Not necessarily against the law, but like bad practice, thus the case gets thrown out. I mean, the first trial did get a mistrial, right?
He writes, from all accounts, he, aka Brian Albert, didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job, cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job.
Auntie Bev.
And then that got objections by the defense, because apparently you can't spell anything out, you have to say it.
Stops him. Auntie Bev says,
so don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Friend responds,
Oof.
Not newsworthy then. Good, no ass.
Really?
No ass.
Friend responds, not newsworthy then. Good, no ass bitch. Proctor laughs in the group chat.
The friends say this is not newsworthy.
Yeah, because
How do they get like the friend stuff? Like, I guess like it makes sense, like him talking to these guys, they got his messages to them, but like they actually got his messages to his friends too. I mean, I guess because it makes sense because it actually has to do with this case, but like, really, this is what you're talking about? This stuff should all be confidential. And this guy doesn't have a single bad mark in his 5 to 10 year career. You were saying he's just not done anything. He's probably been doing this entire time. He's just never been caught.
she has no ass.
And then he goes,
No, another friend says, good, no ass bitch. Like, good, she's going down, no ass. And Proctor's like, haha, that was comedic gold. Proctor laughs in the group chat, which if you're the lead investigator on this case and Amanda's found deceased outside another man's house, but you want only to investigate the girlfriend because she's a whack job, that's terrifying. But Proctor is like, no, listen. The compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of and shouldn't have written in a private or any type of setting. Side note, Proctor has multiple group chats going on, all of which is a cesspool of derogatory comments being made. One, like I said, is with his high school buddies, his friends, and then another one, which is his work colleagues, including his supervisor. There's one right here, Buchanan. Proctor sends his buddies pictures of, this one is back to his high school buddies, of Karen Reed being escorted from the State Police Milton Barracks. His friend asks, is this chick a smoke? Nutbag, as Chief would say. Chief, maybe, referencing Tully. Tully's the big boss. It's Tully, Buchanan, Proctor in the
chain
line.
of order.
Yes.
So Tully is the top dog, and then goes to Buchanan, and then goes down to Proctor.
Yes.
And Tully calls her a nut job?
It's alleged that he's referencing Tully.
Okay.
He could be referencing Berkowitz, but that's not his chief. But his official title is not chief.
But somebody, so one of the
Yes.
officers, top dogs.
He says.
I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
Lally asks him to explain that.
To Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made. These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
You can argue that, but it also means that if you're just constantly doing all this unprofessional stuff, you're so comfortable doing this unprofessional stuff, how are you to not also assume that you're unprofessional at your job as well? I mean, this does have to do with your job, and it's incredibly unprofessional, but how does that not? How can we not also just apply that to the rest of you doing your job, and it possibly being just as bad as this? Yeah, like the fact that he feels that comfortable saying that stuff means it's just something that's happening all the time. And again, how can we not just also assume that that will apply to him being, like him doing the rest of his job?
What's crazy is I did see a few netizens agreeing with Proctor, with one writing, a cop's group chat with friends proves what now? Another says, just imagine all your personal messages on display. Another casualty of Karen the narcissist. Go to jail, Karen. They continue to talk about Karen Reed in Proctor's group chat. If she's hot enough to get away with the crime, to which Proctor responds, zero chance she skates. She's fucked. He also responds to if she's hot. He says, if you like women who shit themselves. To which to the jurors, he's all, again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition. Proctor's testimony is a painful series of regrettable messages. Some netizens believe that he's only started regretting them because he's been caught. Others say that the only ones with regret should be his parents, but it appears that they are standing by their son. However, the more alarming messages are the ones between Proctor and the trooper trolls. Because why are you texting your supervisor about no nudes yet? And why are they thumbs upping that message? Buchanan thumbs ups that message.
So someone thumbs down?
Yeah,
and Buchanan's thumbs up?
Yeah. He also texts into that group as he's investigating this ongoing investigation where you cannot come up with your own outcome before you investigate. He said, Karen said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross.
What? What did we just say? What?
Investigation where you cannot come up with your own outcome before you investigate. He said, Karen said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Another trooper responds, oh, f her bitch. Then another trooper sends a picture of David Yannetti.
David Yannetti?
Karen Reed's Boston-based attorney, the only local attorney during the first trial on her team. And Proctor responds, funny, I'm going through his R-worded client's phone.
Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Talking about Yannetti.
Do they know each other?
They don't. They don't know each other at all. Proctor continues, of course, to insist that this entire investigation is completely filled to the brim, overflowing, cup runneth over from integrity and honor. Proctor says that he has this aha moment at the hospital when he goes to see John O'Keefe's body. He is escorted by Buchanan, his supervisor. So the two trooper trolls, they go to Good Samaritan, and Proctor is like, look, John O'Keefe is missing a shoe. They only found one.
Okay. You can argue like that's relevant to being hit by a car, but it doesn't really mean that much. I mean, is that the aha moment? Like, oh, he's missing a shoe. He must have been ran over.
One shoe on him. He says the only thing that jumped out to both of us was that he only had one sneaker. The reason.
Also, there's the conspiracy that they were going to set John up to make it seem like he got hit by a snowplow, which if they were setting up the scene, they could have removed his shoe to make it seem like he got ran over, since apparently Michael just assumes, like, if you're missing a singular shoe, that means you got ran over, right? So maybe everybody else in the grandma also assumes that in the police force.
And that was important at the time is during my training and experience, and it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian incident for, if not both pieces of footwear to remain at the point of contact, but at least one. So he's saying sometimes people will get literally hit out of their shoes.
That's common?
But is 24 miles an hour enough to, like, knock you out of your shoes? Question mark. Allegedly, that's how fast she was going, if she was going that fast.
It does seem to be common, but you have to be going at pretty high speeds. He said.
Yeah, again, we're saying that she went 24 miles per hour, right? I'm pretty sure that's what was said. They haven't said that this episode, but they mentioned that in previous ones. I don't assume 24 miles an hour is fast enough to do that.
Says, I've been to pedestrian strikes where both shoots were right at the point of contact. I've seen it where the people got completely ripped out of their clothing and their clothes are at the point of contact. I don't know how true that is. That's what gives him the feeling, though, and gives Buchanan the feeling that they're on to something. That is when he decides to follow the leads. The one shoe. Jen McCabe saying that, hey, Karen said I hit him. He believes that perhaps Karen did indeed hit John O'Keefe with her car. So it's time for Trooper Proctor and Buchanan to pay Karen Reed a visit. This is the same day, January 29th, 2022.
We also heard that the I hit him thing wasn't, like, they can't, like, everyone's like saying she did say that, he didn't say that. Like, someone over here, right, was one of the cops was like, I was like next to them. I never heard her say that. So for some reason, someone on the cop force, I think, said that Karen never said that. But I think she was trying to create the narrative that Karen said she hit him, and then obviously these two. But then, like, one of the cops over here didn't get the memo of, like, them saying that Karen did it. And he said, like, I was there the whole time. I didn't hear her say any of that. She was hysterical, but she didn't say that.
Call Karen. She's been released from the hospital. She went to John O'Keefe's house. She had that weird incident with John's family. She's now gone back to her dad's house. She's staying with her dad. And they don't live in Canton. They live in a place called Dighton. This is important later, but it's a completely different jurisdiction. They show up at the house. The blizzard is coming down strong, so much so that when they get to Karen's dad's front door, it won't even open because the snow is piled up blocking it. So Karen is like, can you come around the garage? I can open the garage and you can come in through the garage. That's where she lets them in. And both Proctor and Buchanan testify as they're passing Karen's Lexus in question. Proctor states, it's not just shattered. A significant chunk is missing from that taillight, the right rear taillight. So the passenger taillight in the back had large pieces missing from it. Proctor says, we were very confident. We knew what had transpired, which was Karen Reed backed her vehicle into John O'Keefe. They're actually so confident that before they even get to Karen's dad's house and lay eyes on this car, potentially I could understand if they see the car and they see large chunks missing and they're like, hey, I think she hit him with the car. I could maybe see that. But they were actually so confident that even before they got to Karen's dad's house and laid eyes on this vehicle in question, they're already on the phone with Dighton police trying to find out how to get her car towed back to Canton. They put all...
okay, that could cause premeditation of like what they're doing. Since if they already assume that she ran him over with like no like hard evidence other than him missing a singular shoe, right? It's all like, it's unfortunate that we don't know exactly what her car looked like on that first day just because we're just taking word for it. I don't know if we have like pictures of like the exact day it ran over, but she just said it's so snowy that they couldn't even get into Karen's house, or Karen's parents' house because of how much snow it was. That means that when they pulled up at Karen's house, they could have easily smashed that tail light, right? Before they got inside. Like someone just went over there, smashed it, picked up the pieces, or had like a bag ready to pick them up, and then was like, oh yeah, like we know what's happening. Because that's easily could have happened. Like if they were already saying, before they even went to her house, like they were getting prepared to like do car stuff, like they know she ran him, like they just happen to know that she ran him over. I'm still not convinced that someone didn't like break that. Assuming Karen didn't run him over, that I'm not convinced that someone else didn't just like break that light and framed
all their eggs in this basket.
Framed it like she did it.
And they're going to die on this hill whether the Easter Bunny comes to town or not. They don't care. That is when Karen's phone and her car are seized by the trooper trolls. And sure, Proctor is corrupt. But how do you explain 45 plus pieces of Karen Reed's taillight that are found in the snow on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in the vicinity where John O'Keefe's body is found? 40 something pieces of taillight. I mean, some are tiny little fragments the size of a dime. Others are the size of a banana buried in the snow. I mean, the evidence that Karen Reed did it was maybe right there all along.
Hold on. I want to see that picture of her car. There it is. I don't know if I went too far. So is this the picture from this thumbnail? Like, is this a car in the thumbnail for this video? Because if it is, are we saying they tampered this video? Which means, why would they tamper footage of her car? Unless something happened to her car that they did not want to see. Like anybody to see.
Seized on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in the vicinity where John O'Keefe's body is found. 40 something pieces of taillight. I mean, some are tiny little fragments the size of a dime. Others are the size of a banana buried in the snow. I mean, the evidence that Karen Reed did it was maybe right there all along. Or was it? Back to the Canton clowns. Sergeant Good is working dispatch. He's sitting at the Canton Police Department all night. He's picking up the 911 calls. First call he picks up in relation to this case, Carrie Roberts. She's like, hey, my friend's girlfriend just called and is like, John O'Keefe is missing. Do you have any reports of anything?
Also, I mean, I'm just constantly throwing out thoughts in conspiracies and potential scenarios. What if, like, one of these, again, the Three Stooges, on the way to this scene, accidentally hits Karen's car? Because, again, there is a big blizzard coming. They might have, like, clunked into her car, which I feel like could have easily maybe, like, knocked out the light, right? I guess it depends on, like, how high or low it is. I don't know. Maybe not, but that's also a scenario that could happen.
Nothing? Oh, okay, thanks. Then Jen McCabe calls and is like, hey, so there's a guy like laying in the snow. He's picking up both those calls. All he does is dispatch people. But that day he's like, I'm gonna go. Someone take over. I'm gonna head out.
What?
Because this is a big call and I'm a sergeant, so I'm gonna go. So he calls in Kelly Dever. She's crazy. She's in the next one.
Okay, well, another person we're not going to know about until episode 4. Episode 4 is the last episode, though.
He calls in Kelly Dever. She takes over dispatch. It's a whole thing. Sergeant Good comes to the address. He calls Gallagher. Gallagher is his boss. His supervisor is Gallagher. He calls Gallagher. Gallagher ends up going to the wrong address. It's either suspicious or it's stupid. That's how I sum up every law enforcement decision in this case. It's either stupid or it's suspicious because nothing is ever making any sense here. I don't understand anything. He ends up going to the wrong address. And then he's like, you know what? I'm not even gonna go there right now. I'm gonna stop by the Canton Police Station before I head over there. So he grabs himself one of those reflective jackets because it's dark outside. He doesn't grab anything else, like an evidence bag, anything, just a reflective jacket. He shows up at the scene. Sergeant Good had already called for another person, Officer Michael Link, to show up. So now it's the 3 Canton clowns that are there. Okay, there's 2 other Canton officers there, but they're lower rank and they're not as pertinent to this case. We talked about them briefly in part 1, where they just talk about what they heard, what they didn't hear, and the situations. Mainly their dash cam footage is the most important, but other than that, they don't really. Now, mind you, Gallagher is the highest ranking one at the scene, top dog at the scene. And at the scene, he says, we gotta put up crime scene tape. But it just starts blowing in the wind because it's a blizzard, which in his mind, he's like, well, then we shouldn't even set up a tent because then a tent is also gonna blow away. And then also, they don't canvass the area. They don't go and speak to anybody in the nearby homes, nothing. And he shows up when John's body is already gone. So John has been escorted to the hospital and he shows up. And he's looking around, he tries to put up crime scene tape, so he says, it starts blowing in the wind, so he takes away the crime scene tape. And then he was like, you know what, the thought of putting up a tent did cross my mind, but then I thought it's just gonna blow away. He doesn't canvass the neighborhood, nothing. He gets there late, he just asks them, hey, so where was John's body found? And they point in a general area. And this is where he just starts looking for evidence. Gallagher will later bring the troopers out to show them exactly where John O'Keefe's body was found. But he's never seen John O'Keefe's body found there.
Yeah.
So what, I mean, is that not hearsay?
Yeah.
Karen's attorney is cross-examining Gallagher, asking, so you were giving them information that you had no personal knowledge of, correct?
I had knowledge from other offices. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct, yes.
So you...
Yeah, he doesn't have, like, he didn't directly witness where his body was. He's just because it's just, whatever that telephone. He's just playing telephone with the officers, right? So you can't really trust that.
You couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct, yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size, no.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
So the 2 initial Canton officers, Seraph and Mulaney, I believe, they are the ones that tell Sean Good and Michael Link where the body was. And then they tell Gallagher. Gallagher tells the troopers. The troopers will later tell the accident reconstructionist. So... Oh
yeah, I forgot about the reconstructionist. Is that going to even be this episode? Half the episode is still here. Like, we barely made it to the halfway point of this one. Like, where are the reconstructionists going to come in? Because she mentioned them in the second episode and how that was just like a dumpster fire as well. But yeah, we're just playing a telephone because we have people who weren't there, which we'll just like, I don't know, I'm just going to do this. People who weren't there told Gallagher where they were, and then Gallagher told Proctor, well, this team where they were, right? We're just like going through person to person to person, and that could easily get changed, passing between so many people.
It's 20 layers. Yeah, 20 layers of telephone and hearsay. So
they're also using the term telephone as well.
If that were the case, then they wouldn't have personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either. Not to a precise location, yes. So they're all talking about where...
Oh yeah, I think, I'm gonna pause it. I see there's an ad just below. It's an ad, like an ad for a law firm, it looks like. Which is funny that it's something to do with law when we're watching this. But, yeah, no, was it like these randoms who got there first, the first responders told them, and then they told him, and then he told them? Like, there's way too much telephone happening of, like, where John was.
Where John's body was, but none of them have seen John's body there. But they start searching the area for evidence. However, the snow is coming down hard, and Gallagher is worried that the evidence is getting covered in snow. What evidence? We don't know what we're looking for, but we're looking for something. In what area? We don't really know for sure, but in a general area. He's looking, and he says the snow is covering everything. What's everything? We don't know. Gallagher thinks that the idea of using a rake or a shovel is probably not great because he could inadvertently break something. What is something? We don't know. So the ever-cautious, ever-intelligent Gallagher decides that he's going to use a leaf blower to get rid of snow to uncover the evidence. He says the leaf...
What? Something... Like, what do you mean a leaf blower? I feel like that is the most harsh thing to use to look for evidence with. That's blowing hair away. That's blowing particles away. Like, you're losing all of that. It might not be strong enough to blow... like dried, it's not going to blow dried blood away, but like a fresh drop of blood, that's getting pushed and smeared. Like, you're losing so much, is what I'm saying, by using a freaking leaf blower. Again, depending on how strong it is. Like, that sounds like so dumb. Like, I was going to say, what are they just going to sit here and wait until the snow dries? Which, that sounds dumb, but like, I feel like that is a better, or like, that might be like the best case scenario. Like, you just have to sit here, maybe even just have people standing here for like, what, days and hours, just waiting for the snow to melt, and see like what's underneath. But like, I feel like that's even better than just like, oh yeah, let me just blow high pressured air at the crime scene and hope that nothing gets lost. Like, come on.
Leaf blower is much better control. One big problem is he's got this reflective jacket from the police station, no leaf blower. Didn't think of that one, did you? So he has Sergeant Good go get a leaf blower. Why the leaf blower? Gallagher says it's a unique case. There was snow. I had never processed a scene with snow. Side note, this man has worked in this area for 30 years. You've never processed a single scene in Massachusetts where there was snow? I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on the scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that this was the best method at the time, which people think he's crazy. He's asked by the prosecutors later, was it successful? Very. I started with a low speed and began whisking away the snow, and then I saw how it was uncovering these pink spots, which were becoming a brighter red. There's a video of him using the leaf blower to get rid of the snow. They've got the weirdest photographic evidence of things that don't make sense.
Wait, someone
was just there taking pictures. Like, why would you need to take pictures of him doing this?
recorded him at the crime scene, but there's no like photos.
A lot of the
Like, take pictures of like the evidence on the ground. Sure, you need to do that, but taking pictures of him like trying to uncover the evidence
is photographed, but it's photographed in a way where you have no idea where on the lawn it's found. You just see snow and grass. So you have no idea in what area, in what vicinity. You don't even know where John's body was found. So like, really, what are we doing? We don't know anything. This could have been found on the surface of Mars. It could have been found in New York City. We don't know. I mean,
Also, that was like what, daytime, was it not? So pretty early, or not early, but like pretty late after he had died, I think.
obviously we know it's not, but he says, see, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer, and right here is when you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. Those pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots, as you can see. We can control it. We were concerned, but it worked. He verifies that those pink spots to be coagulated blood, which I would imagine if an officer is called out to the scene of a potential death and there is blood, the bare minimum is to collect said blood. But Gallagher proudly says, so out of an abundance of caution, I decided that the blood was something we may want to collect. But Gallagher only has his reflective jacket, and now he's only got a leaf blower. How is he going to collect his blood samples? They run across the street to another house. Tom Keller is the
Okay, so we have new guy.
neighbor right across the street.
Uh-huh.
He is another Canton cop. In fact, he's only second in command after Chief Berkowitz. He's the deputy of the Canton Police Department. He is Gallagher's boss.
He just knew, oh, that's Tom's house right there. Let's go.
Let's go there. They run to his house. They say, hey, we saw some blood, and out of an abundance of caution, we may want to collect the blood. They go back to 34 Fairview with a stack of red Solo cups.
Solo cups, really? With this icy blood in it? You don't have any Ziplocs at your house? You have to get them Solo cups? Like, what is with these cops? Like, it makes it seem like all they're doing is just drinking all the time. If all you have is Solo cups. Like, where are the Ziplocs? Where are your plastic bags? Not like plastic bags, but like, where are the Ziplocs?
Plastic cups that you typically drink beer out of. Gallagher says that his genius thought behind this was they were plastic, they weren't going to leak, they weren't going to get soggy, they were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen and coagulated that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could...
Again, like, literally, where are the Ziplocs? They are exposed to the elements because they are not a closed container. Like, they're already, like, screwed from being out in the snow and being blowed on by a leaf blower, but... then you're just having them just carried in a paper bag in Solo cups.
Could extract the DNA however they saw best fit. He's asked later by Attorney Jackson, like the Solo cups that you see at backyard barbecues, they hold liquid terrifically.
We utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
They're also not sealed, correct? They are not. Which Karen's attorney is confused. So what you did instead was you...
Yeah, that's like easy to contaminate. I mean, they're already like heavily contaminated from being out in the snow all night and being blowed on, but still.
They're also not sealed, correct? They are not. Which Karen's attorney is confused. So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor. You unsterilized and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope, we took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Which is
And
basically
by bag, do you mean like put into a paper bag?
what Jackson said, but like make it LinkedIn font. It doesn't make sense. I mean, I feel as if an internet sleuth that cops like to look down on would have made smarter choices in regards to evidence protocols. This feels like a Home Depot dad coming across a baby stray animal that they're trying to take in, DIYing the whole process on the front lawn, which even Gallagher knows he's goofy. Oh, and another side note, I'm so sorry, before we move on, Tom Keller, the deputy, never goes out to investigate. Deputy of the Canton Police Department, another cop is found dead right across the street. Brian Albert never comes out to see what's going on in his front lawn. Tom Keller never comes out. What's going on?
And he's the one that deleted his ring footage, or no?
Well, he says along the lines of, and it wasn't Ring, there was like a whole argument. It's like a different company called Arlo, and everyone.
I mean, I don't think like the name of the camera, like the cameras you put on your front door are just called Ring cameras. Like it doesn't matter what like brand they are. They're just gonna be called Ring, right? Like there's like a lot of things where you just call it one thing even if it isn't like the same name brand, right? So I'm guessing that's also this guy. Is that this guy's Ring camera footage was, of course, deleted because he thought, oh yeah, he didn't need to keep it because nothing happened. But okay, like who just deletes the Ring camera footage daily?
Everyone's like, that's not the point. You know what the point is. But all the Canton cops are like, well, first of all, it's not Ring. It doesn't get that in the security footage, so it just rewrote itself because you know how every day it just rewrites itself unless you save the footage. And he basically knew that it wasn't going to cover that area, so essentially it gets deleted.
This is who's running the town. Even if it's not covering that direction, they will pull the footage even from like down the street.
They will.
Because they were trying to see who drove by at what time.
In regards to the leaf blowing, Paul Gallagher.
I mean, that stuff also gets uploaded to the cloud, but I'm guessing he just happens to not have that stuff being uploaded to the cloud.
Says, I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to demonstrate the effectiveness. That is why we have a video of it, because even Gallagher knows that he's goofy. The video is bad. You just see him leaf blowing directly onto droplets of blood in the snow, because that's precisely what you would want to do in a crime scene. That is when they bring back to the police station 6 solo cups filled with melted snow, debris, and blood. Those 6 solo cups, by the way, are placed in a wide open brown bag, like a grocery bag. And it is a grocery
Yeah, it's just a paper bag.
It says Stop and Shop on the side of it, and that is also left all the way open and brought back to Canton Police Station. They find that day, along with that, pieces of glass that seem to belong to a cocktail glass, a drinking glass, and they bring those back to the police station. They put the blood in the evidence refrigerator, which the snow will presumably melt pretty instantaneously if it had not already. I would nickname this guy Goofy Gallagher.
Hopefully the stream's back. I just noticed that the internet cut, so let me just back out a second, roll that back a bit. Yeah, internet disconnected on my computer. I had to plug it back in.
Is so serious when he tries to justify all the insane things that he's done on the scene. Why do you use a Stop and Shop bag? He's asked by the defense. They're basically the same thing as an evidence bag. I don't know where the bag came from. I was in a personal vehicle at that point. Sergeant Lank was also in a personal vehicle. He tries to argue that the Stop and Shop bags are similar to evidence bags.
Are they? Aren't? I would assume evidence bags are not just a paper bag from the grocery store. It is literally probably an industrial strength Ziploc is what I would assume. That's what I've seen, right? Isn't it just like an industrial strength Ziploc bag? Not a freaking paper bag from HEB, from Walmart, from Target.
Quote, if the bag were upside down, you wouldn't know it. It didn't say evidence on it. I'm not sure where the bag came from, but our evidence bags are pretty much the same thing. The defense attorney is like, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, and that's why evidence bags are much more expensive, isn't that right? They're not quite the same, are they? No. And obviously, the bag, it goes without saying, is not forensically sterile either, correct? Most bags are not sterile. Later, Sergeant Lank, this guy, besties with Chris Albert, we're getting into that later.
How are we supposed to trust any evidence then if the bags they use aren't sterile to begin with?
He says, he's looking at the picture and he says, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag. It might be an evidence bag. The defense attorney is like, it literally is not. It's a Stop and Shop bag.
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag. But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it.
It literally says shop. I mean, this is cruddy photo, but I mean, it literally says shop right here. That is an SHOP.
the stop and shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is.
And again, why are we using paper as evidence bags then, if that's what y'all use for evidence bags?
And that's exactly what our evidence bag looked like, so that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says stop and shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, stop and shop bag.
I'm not sure.
And it's the seriousness on the stand for me. At one point, they say, we did not document which scoop went into which cup, which scoop of snow and blood went into which cup.
It's freaking crazy.
Netizens are going insane. They're writing, imagine the embarrassment. Who collects evidence in beer pong cups? Another one writes, wonder if they put urine samples in Slurpee cups. One says, the Stop and Shop bag evidence is so abysmal that we can't help but wonder if they have a Stop and Shop deal.
So you're saying they collected, quote, blood into 6 cups and some glasses?
Yes.
What about the cartel light? Did they collect those?
There was nothing. Well, you'll see.
What?
You'll see. Now,
Okay, so day one, they were looking at this stuff, didn't find anything. So, again, could have been placed there at a different point in time, or they just like got the stuff and brought it in without even getting it from quote unquote the area. Like they didn't take it to the area, scooped it up from the area, and then brought it back. They might have just like brought it straight to the police department without even like trying to pretend like they got it from the yard.
mind you,
ridiculous.
This guy right here, Gallagher, made $322,389 that year.
320K.
Mm-hmm.
Is he just a cop? What is
No,
he?
he's a lieutenant.
They make that much oh, he's a state. Wait.
No, he's a Canton cop.
Canton cop?
Yeah.
320K?
Yeah.
Is that average? That doesn't sound right.
It sounds like a lot.
He said it was 346% higher than average town of Canton salary and 386% higher than median town of Canton salary in 2024. More than triple the average.
How do we know that?
It's public record because they're cops.
Is everyone making that?
No, but he's pretty high ranking. Officer Lank also gets promoted. He ends up making, I think, almost $250,000. 200-something thousand. And this is how they are investigating. I'm sorry, if you're getting paid together, just you two are getting paid $500,000 on taxpayer money, you better know how to collect evidence.
And you're saying there's not a single piece of car tail light that they found?
The timing is very important in this, keep in mind. Later, another forensic expert is testifying about something completely unrelated. Well, not completely unrelated, but she is testifying about dog DNA, and we're going to come back to this. But the defense uses her cross-examination to just...
Before she gets into that, remember, don't forget that on John's like slash marks on his arms, it wasn't like Chloe DNA that was found on like in those slash marks. It was pig DNA. We still don't know what that pig DNA came from. I was saying it was from like a knife or utensil that had like pork that was just used for pork. The thing of it could have been like food that Chloe has been eating that was pork based on her claws or in her mouth or whatever that could have caused it as well.
But she is testifying about dog DNA, and we're going to come back to this. But the defense uses her cross-examination to just randomly ask her about forensic processes. And they ask her, so you wouldn't use plastic to get blood. She's testifying about sterile procedures. Everything we use in our lab is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have any contamination. They're sterile. So you wouldn't use a solo cup. At this point, she just looks at him and goes, I'm sorry, what?
They are sterile. You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor. Solo cup.
The objection sustained.
This freaking lady. I feel like so you wouldn't use a solo cup is a acceptable question to ask. That judge shouldn't be like sustained. Like, because that means that they can get away with saying, oh, they use solo cups in a paper bag to collect evidence. Because now they just have free reign to do whatever they want because of Beverly sustaining this objection.
She looks genuinely confused and concerned. And he is so proud of this.
That is correct.
Side note, Gallagher has also worked with the DEA, the Drug Administration, for 15 years, which some netizens believe add to this. And also ATF, there's lots of drug overlap there. So lots of people believe there's lots of drug connections everywhere. But technically, they are law enforcement and drugs are a big part of law. Sergeant Good, however, there's lots of connections here. Sergeant Good also grew up with Courtney Proctor, Trooper Proctor's sister. There were only 144 students graduating that year, so their class is very small. I imagine they were friends. If not, they knew of each other rather well. Lank went to high school with Courtney Proctor as well, but also with a girl named Jill. Who is Jill? Jill's not on here, but Jill is Julie Albert's sister. And he's best buds with Chris Albert. They've all worked the past 18 years with Kevin Albert. They also work in the same office as ATF Brian Haha Higgins. And this is what's crazy. These are the Canton cops that actually go into 34 Fairview at the scene. Gallagher and Link walk into 34 Fairview to talk to Jen McCabe. Later, Trooper Proctor will go to Jen McCabe's house to talk to Jen McCabe. But this is the first actual interview. And this is after they recuse themselves, or they're thinking about recusing themselves. And they talk to Jen McCabe, they talk to Brian Albert, they don't search the house, they don't ask to search the house, but they're inside the house. And it's just weird. They don't write a report memorializing the conversation or really anything, especially Gallagher. And his whole excuse to all of that is just, well, I don't write reports. I'm the supervisor. Why would I write a report? That's not my responsibility. That's for the losers like Link.
That is correct.
That's the vibe. And they're just letting everybody talk to everyone. At this point, everyone in the house, a lot of these people have stated there was a morning meeting. A lot of people were at 34 Fairview that morning, and we're going to get into these two a little bit later. But just to give you a recap, throughout the morning of 34 Fairview, lots of people stopped by. Already inside the house were Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and birthday Brian Albert Jr. Jen McCabe is there because she came there with Karen and she called 911. Matt McCabe shows up because Jen McCabe calls her husband and is like, oh my gosh, we found John O'Keefe dead in the snow. Eventually, Julie Albert shows up. Julie Albert shows up completely randomly. She says, it's Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. Here's what I do. It's a birthday tradition that I get him 6 Dunkin' Donuts and I put them in his car, which already doesn't make sense because it's a blizzard. I don't think birthday Brian's going anywhere. So when is he gonna find the Dunkin' Donuts that you just put inside of his car 10 years later? She shows up, and then Brian Albert, who sees nothing, hears nothing, sees Julie Albert putting donuts in the car and is like, hey, come in. We gotta tell you something. So they tell Julie. Julie goes back home, gets Chris. They drive back to Brian Albert's. Brian Higgins got a phone call from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz that morning, but he doesn't pick up Chief Berkowitz's call. He calls Brian Albert back and he's like, you gotta come over. He ends up coming over. Brian Haha Higgins works at the Canton Police Station. These people work at the Canton Police Station. Brian Higgins has testified that he was at 34 Fairview that morning. These two guys are like, I don't know if we saw Brian there. What do you mean you don't know if you saw Brian there? You work with Brian. He works in the same office. You would remember if you saw him, correct? No? They're like, well, I don't recall having a conversation with him, so I can't tell you if he was there. At one point, Michael...
Oh yeah, we're doing the whole I don't recall. I have no recollection of that in the cover-up, so you don't have to actually get in trouble. If it turns out that the thing that's being asked actually happens.
Lank also states that he had mentioned to another officer that he believed that John O'Keefe might have been in a fight, like he could have been in a fight or something.
Okay, that you're not staying on the designated story. You can't just be saying, hey, maybe John could have been in a fight. You can't say that. That's not the story that's trying to be spun here.
To which the defense attorneys ask him, if he had been in a confrontation, it could have started anywhere? He's like, yeah, if he had been in a confrontation, it could have started anywhere. It doesn't mean that it started in the house, which is why we didn't feel the need to search the house. It's not like, oh, the house is the crime scene. Right. But the house is part of anywhere, right? Correct. So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at this point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
I'm surprised that like saying, well, the house is anywhere was an immediate objection by one of these two, and then it's sustained by Beverly.
The starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered, and then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he ever made it into the house. I learned that speaking to Miss McCabe.
So you just took Miss McCabe's word for it?
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct? You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
It is incredibly weird, is it not, that at least 4, maybe even more Canton police detectives searched Brian Albert's front lawn for evidence the day that they found John O'Keefe's body. They find a cocktail glass. They find blood, but they don't find taillight pieces.
When you say...
Yeah, we haven't heard about this cocktail glass. Like she's mentioned a few times now with what they found there. It wasn't mentioned in the prior videos. I was like, where did that come from, and why is it there? Though I feel like that changes things a bit to he wasn't he didn't fall or whatnot. Like, it was a broken glass. Those, depending on how thick the bottom of that glass is, or not even like how thick it was. Hold on. Why didn't they check the glass, like shards in his like head wound? Because that's what I'm trying to get at. It feels like that glass was used to crack his skull. Like they took the glass and smashed it against his head, and that could have caused it. Because again, the bottom of those glasses I think are pretty thick, which that what we saw wasn't broken, I think, but like obviously the higher parts were. And they said there was like small lacerations right on the back of his wound. I think that was said yesterday, or not yesterday, in the part 2 or part 1. There's scratches or lacerations or something on the wound on his head, which I feel like they could have been caused by shards of glass slicing the back of his head. But it's kind of dumb of them to like have like that glass thrown outside with him, but still, like, how did they get outside? That also, like, that's another scenario, I think, is that he got hit in the back of the head with a cocktail glass when he was inside.
Cocktail glass. It's like a glass cup?
Like a whiskey cup. You know, like a cocktail.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. The top, I can't tell like where this is broken from. Like, are we doing like something like that? Like, is that like the front view so you can see like where it's broken? But yeah, this is what I was saying. The bottom of this is very thick. I feel like you could maybe do some like decent blunt force with the bottom of this. But again, I don't know what happened to the top of this. Don't know if that's what happened, but that's just another scenario we can add to the list, the massive list of like what could have happened. Is that this glass was what was used to do the damage to the back of his head, or even like the lacerations on his arm.
You put some whiskey, you put vodka in there. I don't know, I'm not really
That's
a big
really
drinker,
weird,
but
isn't
yeah.
it?
So Karen was seen leaving CF McCarthy's with a glass. Are you allowed to do that? No, you're not. Okay, she snuck it out because she didn't finish her drink, so she snuck out her little glass. And then I believe that same glass was seen walking out of Waterfall, but in John O'Keefe's hand. It's from the bar, but the point that the defense attorneys are trying to
I was also thinking that like maybe John had it in his hands as well. Like it could have been John's.
make is that these sergeants from Canton Police, they didn't know it was from the bar. So you would think that it's from inside the house. So you should search inside the house, but they don't. They don't. The number of pieces of taillight that are found by these at least 4 minimum police officers looking for evidence while it's still bright outside are 0. They used a literal leaf blower and they have spotted not one piece of Karen Reed's taillight.
That's crazy. And taillight is red?
Red and clear plastic pieces. And some of these taillight pieces that they're showing in court, it's like the size of a banana, bright red.
That's a big chunk. I mean, we can't assume how like big this chunk is. We can say like several inches, like depending. Like we don't have like a scale to know, but I mean, it could be pretty big.
It's only later in the day when the snow starts really starting to accumulate that the police miraculously, sun goes down, snow is pouring down, that they start finding pieces of taillight on the property. And, you know, people argue. You don't think that's weird? The police only start finding pieces of the taillight later in the day? That's a little bit strange, don't you think?
Yeah, when it's actually harder to see them.
Yeah.
So they find some later that day, and then for the next few weeks, they find more pieces of taillight. These taillight pieces, I don't know if they just magically appear. The trooper trolls, they try to argue that it's because the snow is now melting and the evidence is unearthing itself. They keep using that word. More evidence starts to present itself, which is a very interesting phrase that you could choose from. But some people argue, well, it's because these guys are not really trained to find evidence. I mean, look at them. They're doing solo cuts. How do you expect them to find evidence? It's not until later that Trooper Troll Tully, we don't like Tully, nobody likes Tully, okay, just keep that in mind. He decides that he's going to employ the CERT team from the Massachusetts State Police. The CERT team is a special emergency response team. So they just kind of go from place to place in Massachusetts helping any law enforcement agency that needs the help. He gets them out there and they conduct a search where they find John O'Keefe's hat and a few pieces of taillight. And then for the next few weeks, they find 40 plus more pieces of taillight, which begs the question to a lot of people, wait, so the CERT team that are normally better qualified to find evidence, they only find a few pieces of taillight, And then suddenly there's 40 more pieces of taillight. And the documentation of where these taillight pieces are found are horrendous. They just take a picture of the taillight in the grass with the snow. Most of these pictures don't have any sort of relation point of, is it next to the flagpole? Is it next to the hydrant? Nothing.
Yeah, we have no clue where they're at, and again, we have no sense of scale either, or anything like that.
No clue where on the lawn these pieces of taillight are from.
So they're saying that the snow takes weeks to melt.
Yeah, and as the snow is melting more and more, they're unearthing. Evidence starts to present itself. That type of phrasing by a police officer, by a law enforcement officer, should be criminal. Present itself. I'm sorry.
I feel like that's just standard law lingo, though. The evidence presents itself. That's just that doesn't sound weird to me because I feel like I've heard that before.
And why are you getting paid? It's crazy. Now, Prosecutor Lally asks Proctor where the taillight pieces are found. He's not even asking for exact locations, which is what you would imagine would happen in an investigation. He's asking, generally speaking. Proctor does a full-chested sigh.
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
Nobody disagrees with the fact that these are pieces of taillight from Karen Reed's SUV. That is a fact. They just argue how and when it got there. Now, just to give you a bit of a timeline on this, evidence starts to present itself starting the night of January 29th. John is found at 6 in the morning. By about 6 p.m., taillight pieces are found. But prior to that same day, Karen finds John. Karen is rushed to the hospital. She's Section 12. She gets released, goes to John's house, feels unwelcome, gets her car, and drives her to her dad's house in Dighton. The troopers, they decide that they're going to go to Karen's dad's house and seize her car that day.
I don't know if we're going to get to like the CCTV footage now. Because it's actually, I've noticed that with like the titles and the thumbnails of these videos sometimes, it's like that its main focus is, caught editing CCTV footage or whatever, but we might spend like 5 minutes out of like 3 hours talking about that. And we don't get like too much. I'm assuming like maybe we're finally gonna get to it, but maybe we won't even get that much info on that either. Because like last time in episode 2, we barely got any info, I feel like, on Colin, even though Colin was like the main focus of the title and thumbnail. So I'm wondering if the same thing's gonna be here. I mean, we are like 2 hours into a 3-hour video. We're just now getting possibly to the CCTV.
They take her car, bring it all the way to Canton Police Department, which is already a little bit suspicious. People thought it was weird.
Okay, wait. They took her car. I mean, okay, now that suspicion has increased. Before it was like, okay, they went to her house, broke her window with like or broke her taillight with like a baggie underneath it to try to catch the pieces. Like, which I know that sounds crazy, but that was like my thought before. But now if they actually took her car into evidence, well then they can do whatever they want with it.
They take her car, bring it all the way to Canton Police Department, which is already a little bit suspicious. People thought it was weird. These two troopers, they're part of the Massachusetts State Police, and they have 2 facilities that are MSP nearby Dighton. But instead, they have Dighton Police tow it all the way to Canton. Canton has already recused themselves from this case. So it's very odd. On top of that, it's very odd that taillight pieces continue to be found on the lawn for up to 2 weeks after the so-called accident. Chief Berkowitz, as well, happened to be driving by 34 Fairview Road out of nowhere, February 4th, 2022. And look at this man. I'm sorry, but this man is a little bit older. This man does not look like he has 20/20 vision. He's driving by February 4th, 2022. He stops his car and he sees on the lawn of the Albert residence from his car driver's side a shiny piece of taillight sitting on the lawn. Most of the taillight pieces are found by this man, Trooper Proctor. All of these things are very odd about this, and it makes people believe, well, wait a minute, maybe these taillight pieces were planted on the lawn. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like how long did they have her car? Did they have it for those whole 2 weeks, which is why they could just keep feeding tail lights pieces to the lawn. I mean, this is the entire time. Like, if they just had her car impounded with like the police this whole time, it's just free evidence to just keep planting.
Sense.
So for people who believes that's the case, then where did they get the pieces from, the taillight pieces from then?
We're about to get into that. For the people that are saying, hey, that doesn't make sense that you just find pieces of taillight after so many people have searched it and you keep continuing to find it in an unsecured location, they don't secure the scene. This guy, Buchanan, he's like, well, no, it makes total sense. In fact, it's common sense. He says, well, common sense will dictate that if an item is found on the grass and there's snow covering that item, it would have to have been placed prior to the snow accumulating. So if an item is shoved into the snow, it'll be exposed as the snow melts prior to reaching the ground level. He's saying there was snow on top of it, and that's why we didn't find it immediately. And it makes
Like that.
sense, okay? So they tow her car. They also investigate the scene. They find more taillight pieces.
I mean, who's going to say that's common sense? What do you mean? Dig up the snow, put the thing underneath the snow, pile more snow on it, and if it's actively snowing, more snow is going to pile onto where you place it anyways to like blend it in. Like, hello? What?
Except it doesn't make sense at all, because this man hits the stand. His name is Sergeant Nicholas
Okay, new guy, just dropped. We haven't talked about Lucky here.
Barrows. He has zero connection to the Canton Police Department. He works instead for the Dighton Police Department, which is
Okay, so is this actually a good guy who's not going to be swayed by any of these people?
the jurisdiction that resides over Karen's dad's house, where the car is seized. He showed up to Karen Reed's house too, because he's working in cooperation with Proctor and Buchanan for towing Karen's car. He testifies on the stand.
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
When you say a crack, do you mean...
Okay. I don't know if that's a good thing, I think bad thing. When she said she was working with Proctor, I was like, okay, hold on. But he said it was cracked and a piece was missing. So how bad is her taillight after the fact then? Is it like completely just destroyed? So that's where the there's some discrepancy there.
A piece missing? A piece was missing. A piece maybe about 6 inches big, maybe about 2 inches wide. He's shown a picture of Karen's Lexus from Sallyport. So this is a picture that the troopers have taken. And he's like, that is the car. Yeah, that's a black Lexus. But that's not the taillight the day that I was there at Karen Reed's house.
Me.
He said it's not. He's asked, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the house on the afternoon of January 29th, 2022? Absolutely not. What's different about this photo, sir? The taillight is completely smashed out. He's saying the right side chunk is completely missing. That was not the case at Karen Reed's dad's house. None of this, the middle section is missing. That's not the case either. I mean, Dighton PD are the ones that towed Karen's truck back to Canton Police Department.
But they don't have records of what the condition was, right? There's no photos, there's no comparisons.
There's a photo, but it's not a great quality photo, and there's snow all over both taillights. Canton Police and the troopers are arguing it's missing. You just can't really see it because the snow is covering. Nicholas Barrows is like, bro, I was there.
Yeah.
I was there.
That is so crazy.
But the troopers...
It's also kind of like a oof on Michael, because like isn't he in not cahoots with him, but like Michael brought them on to tow the car, and he's like, nah, that's not how it went down.
They're also saying, I was also there, and it was just like that.
So when Barrow saw that, he said there's only a 6x2 missing.
Yes.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's like pretty...
How about these blocks? I haven't seen these blocks in like a gazillion years.
Small, right?
Yeah.
In the photos, the whole thing is missing?
Like a good chunk of it is missing. A lot of the red parts are missing, and they try to argue that's why when she presses the brakes, it's not even lighting up red at that section. They're trying to argue lots of different things. The whole thing is weird. Now, another question is, why did you take it to Canton Police Department on top of what Sergeant Nicholas Barrows is saying? It's just getting weird. Buchanan says it's because the garage there is heated and they needed the snow to melt off. But the timing on paper, it doesn't make sense because Michael Proctor swears under oath multiple times that Karen's car is seized at 5:30 p.m., which the car would still be in Dighton, Massachusetts at 5:30 p.m. They get it on the tow, and then they start driving to Canton. The first piece of taillight was found at 34 Fairview Road, maybe at like 5:45. It doesn't make sense. They wouldn't even have had time to get to Canton Police Department to park the car in Sallyport. The timing is not timing. So where did they get the taillight pieces if it were to be framed? That's what he says, right? I mean, how could he possibly plant evidence if he can't be at two places at once? But that's not...
Are we going to talk about the footage now? The zoom in?
Not true. And Michael Proctor doesn't know that Karen knows it's not true because he doesn't know that her parents' home have cameras. The car was seized at 4:12 p.m. and it's
Oof. Which is like almost like an hour, well, more than an hour before then.
Not just Karen's cameras.
Also, isn't that the tail light there? That looks pretty fine.
The Dighton police, the ones that towed the car, they state it was towed at 4:12 p.m. That's an 80-minute discrepancy there.
He just made up time, Michael Proctor?
He strategically made it so that the taillight pieces could not have come from him because he wasn't even in Canton. The car wasn't even at Canton Police
So you're
Department.
saying he lied about the time? Is that correct or no?
I don't know if I want to be the one to... You know what? I'll say it. I don't like this man. I think he lied. I think he straight up be lying out of this mouth right here.
So was he confronted by the actual time?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour
Okay, he
and
just straight up said, yeah, 4:16.
change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend a false statement about the time?
When I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one, and that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavit I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. Would
Yes.
you call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did he say?
Transcription of the time. Would
Yes.
you call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
A scrivener's error.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
I'm like waiting for a, well, that's a fine question, but like you always have to be waiting for the objection to come out and the sustained.
They were typos, sir.
The fact of the matter is you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
By the time that they get to Canton,
At least he said correct and like not some sort of like lingo that would try to like skate the issue, right?
Police Department, they book the car. There's movement around the car, and then Trooper Proctor leaves with enough hypothetical time to drop pieces of taillight at 34 Fairview Road front lawn. But the Canton police say, hey, it is suspicious that he lied about the time. Is it not? Yes. However, we have video proof from Sallyport that shows that they never even went near that rear passenger taillight. Dighton police are the ones that towed it. If Trooper Proctor was all up on that rear taillight, they would have said something. They're already...
Okay, so that's where the footage comes in.
Are the ones that towed it. If Trooper Proctor was all up on that rear taillight, they would have said something. They're already saying something, right? They would have said it. And then when you get to Sallyport, look at all the, here's the videos.
Sallyport is...
Sallyport is the garage attached to Canton Police Department, police station.
Okay.
So they're like, look at it. There's nothing here. So the defense argues, first of all, you guys never handed this video over in discovery, which you're supposed to hand all these things over in discovery during the trial because both sides need to have a good amount of the same information.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're saying this should have been in the discovery, and now you're just like whipping it out. And second of all, there's so many odd things about this footage. Additionally, the start time of the CCTV footage is 5:30 p.m. and it stops at 5:48 p.m. So 5:30 p.m., the car is booked into Sallyport. So technically it's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds, but the CCTV footage is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds long. So more than 2/3 of the time in question is not there. But Canton Police is like, well, actually, it's not weird because Sallyport CCTV cameras are motion activated cameras, meaning they only start recording when there's motion, which I already find alarming, considering that Gallagher has stated Sallyport is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically an extra large garage. It has doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. We typically go in door 4, pull up towards there, and the prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. I would imagine that a place where you have people getting booked, I would want cameras running 24/7 to protect both sides, both parties, not just motion censored cameras. But nevertheless, they show the cameras, and it does show nobody goes near the rear passenger taillight.
Okay, like pretty blurry cameras because apparently even in past 2020 we still can't have like decent cameras. So, I mean, uses a lot of space, right? A lot of megabytes, a lot of gigabytes if you have too high quality footage. But like, can we like get past that already? Like, can we have like tech that compresses files harder than that so we don't have to deal with this? Also, this light's looking pretty red, which I'm implying, I mean, it could be blown out from the blur. It's looking pretty red, which is implying that a lot more of the tail light is still there than what was seen at a later date.
Buchanan testifies, Trooper Proctor and I never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant. They never touched the back passenger taillight.
So is that where it cuts, Dak? That was weird. I mean, this doesn't change, but...
Properly processed with a search warrant. They never touched the back passenger
Yeah, it cuts there, but they're not doing anything with that.
Tail light.
So at that point, is the tail light already missing?
You can't really see it.
Okay.
But they do go to the other side of the tail light because there's a door near the driver's side tail light. So you do see Trooper Proctor kind of hanging out in that area, but it's not the rear passenger tail. That one, there's no tail light pieces missing, right? Karen and her defense team are looking at this video and they see it. Yeah, it makes sense. No one goes near the rear passenger tail light. But why is everything backwards? There is a police car next to Karen's black SUV and it says police, but it's backwards. Like you're looking
It's mirrored. So the footage is mirrored.
into a mirror. Like, you know, when you write a letter and you put it up against a mirror, the words are backwards. And then the number 4 on the garage doors, 1, 2, 3, 4, remember they're numbered? They're also backwards. Why? Because the
I feel like that is kind of like, that's really all y'all did. It's just mirrored the footage so you couldn't tell. Right? Like that's literally all y'all did. And you thought you could get away with that, it being seen mirrored?
garage doors, 1, 2, 3, 4, remember they're numbered? They're
Like, you think you would be scrutinized hard enough to find that?
also backwards. Why? Because the footage is inverted. Somebody inverted the footage. So what the defense team does is they uninvert the footage. That taillight that Trooper Proctor is standing around suspiciously is the back passenger taillight. It's not the driver taillight.
And can we see the tail light?
You cannot see it, but you can see him in a little beanie hanging out behind there. You're gonna die, I gotta show you pictures. Let me show you.
So that's what I was saying, oh yeah, I mean, from my point of view, like they were showing like, oh yeah, that tail light is the one that would have been broken. So that tail light looks fine. So they kind of like, that's kind of like a double goof. Because I was saying, yeah, this looks like it's not been tampered with because it was on the other side, right? But it would have been the right one. I was like, so they kind of goofed there because it looks like that tail light's fine because you could see all this red on it, but they could have been like, hey, why does this tail light look so nice if it was supposed to be busted open? But now it's like, oh, the thing was flipped, and actually the tail light we can't see is the one that's supposed to be busted, but we can't see it, and you're fooling around back there.
Tail light. It's not the driver tail light.
And can we see the tail light?
You cannot see it, but you can see him in a little beanie hanging out behind there. You're gonna die, I gotta show you pictures. Let me show you. Okay, this is like the footage that they show, which you see this police car and then this is Karen's car. They said that this is accurate portrayal of the footage, which would make you think that this is the taillight in question, the passenger rear taillight, right?
Yep.
That's what it looks like. Nobody ever goes over there. However, this is the real footage. That's the driver's side taillight that nobody goes around.
Oh my god.
The rear passenger taillight is the other side.
Oh my god.
The prosecutors, they play the inverted footage. They ask Buchanan, is this an accurate portrayal?
That alone is guilty. Like whoever did that is guilty.
But what's even crazier is when the defense team invert the video back, they go and find other like Sally Port footage. The timestamp is also inverted. So that means somebody not only inverted the video, but they went and fixed the timestamp to make it look like it's not an inverted video.
Yeah, which means they could have done whatever they wanted to the time. They could have just removed the time completely and then put whatever time they wanted.
And nobody knows who did that. Everyone's like, I don't know.
Someone edited the video footage.
Someone inverted the video.
And then, right. Oh my god.
And there is a point in the CCTV footage where you do see Michael Proctor near the exact taillight in question. And then all of a sudden, timestamp jumps from 5:37:37, so 5:37 p.m. and 37 seconds, to 5:38:01. So there's like a good 20 seconds missing from the CCTV footage. And that's a good chunk of time.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see any volitional movement by Mr. Proctor as the tow truck driver moved past him?
Yes, it appears if that is his head, it shifted weight.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop. Did you see a person that appeared to morph toward the back of the vehicle? Right there.
There is some anomaly there with the footage, so it could possibly be used to describe that what took place.
Jackson later states, once we inverted the video and showed it to the jurors, oh my goodness, you could have heard a collective jaw drop in the courtroom. During Buchanan's entire direct testimony, he states that this video is an accurate portrayal of what happened. Not once does he mention, yeah, it's accurate, but it's an inverted video. Clearly, whoever did this thought that they were going to get away with it, that the defense would not notice. Additionally, during Buchanan's direct, he points to the guy in the back of the car as Trooper Proctor. But now,
And you can also just, if they weren't all, well, maybe they did try to make this kind of stupid, but maybe not. I was gonna say, maybe if they weren't all like, older with technology, and technology is such a thing that's like not being accepted in this trial whatsoever for whatever reason. They could have just said that they like the video footage always records mirrored, because some cameras are just mirrored by default, right? You have to like maybe manually change them to like mimic correctly. I'm assuming nobody in the court said that, which would make sense if the camera was mirrored but the timestamp was fine, because like the camera just always records mirrored. But I'm guessing no one said that, so now we just have like a situation where we're saying someone mirrored the footage and then had to erase the timestamp and make it correct, which doing heavy editing, which means you can't trust this video whatsoever.
Now that this has been revealed that it's a mirrored, inverted video, suddenly during the cross-examination, he's like, well, I can't exactly be sure if that's Trooper Proctor in the back. I can't exactly be sure who anybody really is. I mean, the whole thing is shady. The defense asks Buchanan, you were there. You were then asked, you know, whether or not, in looking at that video and watching it, whether or not Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that rear tail light at the time, and your answer was never. That's correct. And while you testified that this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? That's correct. For all appearances, it would appear that the right rear tail light of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, you know, facing the viewer, right? AKA, it does seem like it's very misleading.
Yeah.
And you never mentioned that this was an inverted video, did you? It was not brought up, no. Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right? It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place. Do you see where Mr. Proctor went in the video? Yes, the video depicts him going to the portion of the vehicle, but we can't tell how close he is. So now it's like, okay, fine. He went there, but we don't know how close he is. But Buchanan is on this hill and he's going down with it. He said just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording the actions and what's transpiring. I think it's just a mirror image of what's taking place. If you see someone walking in or driving a vehicle and it's depicting the action of the vehicle being pulled in, and if it's mirrored, it's still documenting the activity that's taking place.
Yeah, except for that you can't literally see what's going on back there, and you have 20 seconds missing, and who else knows what else is missing, and the time isn't going to be accurate either, because you've dockered that too, which means you could have been here for like a million years and then cut back.
What? Also, there's CCTV footage of a shorter statured man that appears to be near Karen's vehicle, and nobody can say who it is, but everyone thinks it's this man right here, Chief Berkowitz.
Oh, so he was like there doing this stuff as well. I can't like put a read on it whether this guy was bad or good, but I'm guessing he was like semi bad with like everybody else. Like he had at least a good thought to try to get in people who weren't part of the case, like close to the case, but unfortunately it's just these three who are still bad guys.
Who happens to find a random piece of taillight on the Albert residence later on.
Can you recognize that person?
I cannot know.
You indicated previously, does that person look large or small in stature?
I can't tell.
As compared to, for instance, Michael Proctor, whose head you can see above the car. What about this person? Taller, shorter than Michael Proctor?
I can't tell from here.
So he just walked by and grabbed a piece type of thing?
That's what netizens think.
That's crazy.
So technically, the timeline is now making sense because Proctor lied. The car was in Sallyport, and Proctor lied about nobody touching the taillight in question. He could have driven to 34 Fairview and dropped the taillight pieces.
So are we saying that Karen's taillight's previously broken?
Yes.
There's like a 6x2 missing piece, right? That has been there the whole time for a while. Karen's like, oh, I know that, right? Are we okay?
Hey, like he just keeps talking, not paying attention to like her like smiling about this. Like where is this 6x2 coming from?
This is where it gets even crazier because
like I mean that footage wasn't that crazy. I was expecting some crazy doctored thing, but like that is pretty rough, and it's like, okay, how much can y'all lie before it's like, okay, just give up? Okay, how does it get crazier?
remember, Karen has a missing taillight piece, and she was telling Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts that morning when she was looking for John, my taillight's broken. I don't know how it happened.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
John O'Keefe has Ring video footage over his garage. And at exactly 5:07 a.m., you see Karen.
Okay. It would be this taillight. So are we saying there's a car here. Did she clunk this? Is that what happened? Like before any of this even happens?
In the black Lexus, pull out of the garage, backing out and slightly ramming into John O'Keefe's car.
Yeah, it did. This car did in fact jolt a bit. It did go back and forth a bit. We can watch it again. But yeah, it did kind of You know, go do something like that.
Out and slightly ramming into John O'Keefe's car.
Yeah, like it's slight movement back and forth.
It's like a boom. You can see there is contact made between the two cars at that exact rear taillight.
Yeah, you see it,
So
it jostles.
seems a lot of
It jostles back and forth.
people that believe that the taillight evidence is planted, they believe that her taillight broke there. That's where it broke. That's where the taillight got messed up. And then she's confused because in the footage, you don't really see any reaction. She doesn't get out of the car. She's already freaking out about John being missing.
Yeah.
She just keeps driving. She drives off. So
Right.
people think that she's telling Carrie and Jen
But
McCabe
wouldn't-
literally.
I can't tell if we can see anything. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know why my taillight
Yeah, because it's just too blurry to see if anything happened there, and they don't see anything in the snow. If it did fall and like break and fall in the snow there, it would just be buried, possibly.
is broken.
Yeah, but
Already.
then wouldn't that piece of whatever left at the house, or they can find some marks on John's car, maybe?
What's crazy is any time that this video is showed, for example, it's showed to Buchanan. The defense shows it to him.
Karen backing her car.
Yeah, and Buchanan says,
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
everyone online is like, bro, it hit the car. Like, we can see Karen Reed's car made contact with John O'Keefe's car. But he's like,
I would assume that you don't need too much force, question mark, if you're slamming into a solid object. Like a solider object than a human being. To break some glass/plastic, whatever is on the headlights.
there is movement in the shot. Like, they're debating whether or not contact was made.
Do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
So they made contact.
Yeah. Proctor states, during the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring footage, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we wanted to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car. I didn't
Well, keep going. I need to get my thoughts straight here.
observe any significant or any damage. I did not observe any damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car. Now, what's interesting is that a lot of people wished that there was more ring video footage because that ring camera can tell us a lot of information, particularly.
Yeah. So, it like coming into contact with the other car, I feel like just pressing up against the car and staying pressed up against the car will cause the stuff to shatter. Because like hitting a person, a squishy person, and it might not even break. It might just bounce off of them. Like the blow might be absorbed by the human body itself, especially at slow speeds. It won't break. But if you're forcing a solid object like the taillight into a even more solid object like the metal of the car, it could cause it to fracture just because it's being pressed up against something that it can't resist against, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, even if she didn't back up into the car that hard, like, her backing up into it and then staying connected with it would be possibly enough pressure to just fracture it to begin with, right? Or break it.
The defense is looking for ring video footage because that ring camera can tell us a lot of information. Particularly, the defense is looking for ring camera footage from around 12 in the morning when Karen comes home, and they want to see that taillight because that would show that her taillight was not broken until 5:07 a.m. That ring footage mysteriously is gone.
From where?
The ring camera.
John O'Keefe?
Yes. And additionally, Carrie Roberts stated that when she got to John O'Keefe's house with Karen Reed and Jen McCabe, that she stood in front of Karen Reed's car and saw how messed up her taillight was. But they only have footage of the three women walking into John's house, which is actually when Carrie Roberts said that this incident happened. You don't even see her glancing at the taillight. She just walks straight in. So then, people that want to give her the benefit of the doubt is like, okay, well, maybe it was on the way out. Well, on the way out, that footage is mysteriously missing from the Ring app. Who wrote the search warrant to Ring, the company, to get that data? Proctor. And Ring also provides a data log, which means it gives you all the times that somebody has accessed the app from which phone. And after John O'Keefe's phone was seized by none other than Proctor, it accessed the Ring app.
Dang.
AKA, he could have gone in there, and a lot of netizens theorized and deleted all of that.
And the Ring company has no backups and...
I don't think if they do, they gave it to Proctor, and he could have also just deleted that. And I don't think the Ring camera cares enough to be like, okay, let me just publicly get involved in this.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's in the cloud, I mean, we're just assuming it got erased from the cloud, unfortunately.
But there are a few unexplainable pieces of evidence, such as the microscopic, taillight pieces that were in John's clothing. They're not really microscopic. They're just like small taillight pieces that were found on John's clothes. Buchanan.
I mean, they could have just sprinkled them onto Michael, right? Like, or not Michael, onto John. Like, when did they get these pieces off of his body? Like, who said that, and where did they do it, and when did they do it, right? Because it easily could have just been like, okay, let's just sprinkle some taillight pieces on him. Like the joke of sprinkling drugs on criminals to like frame them. You're literally just sprinkling taillight dust on John to be like, oh yeah, Karen did it.
Testifies that when they go to the hospital, they find all of John's clothes in one big wet pile on the floor. They bag it up for evidence. They don't take it to an evidence locker, and an evidence locker is very important. So usually with most police stations and police departments, evidence lockers, they're heavily guarded. Not every single detective has access to an evidence locker, and every time somebody goes into an evidence locker, it's logged. It's the level of corruption to mess with evidence would be a little bit higher. They take the clothing, the wet clothing, to the DA's office, because technically they all work for the DA, the MSP, and they just lay it out in a secure room on butcher paper to dry. The butcher paper, that's a normal thing. You want to dry out the clothes so it doesn't get molded and contaminated. But this area is accessible by any trooper.
And the pieces of taillight wasn't found until later?
Yes, I mean, they don't test it until later. But after 6 days of just sitting there with no log of who's been able to go near the clothing.
Okay, I mean, 6 days, okay, sure. Just sprinkled a little bit of taillight dust on it.
Those taillight pieces, a lot of people question the credibility and the validity of how do we know it's not been tampered with? We don't know.
Yeah.
Especially when all the taillight pieces are already so suspicious.
Exactly. It proves nothing. It's the same type of thing like you just found in the snow.
Exactly. It's like, it's not really proof, is it? What's also additionally interesting is that Karen Reed drove past the library at around 12:37 a.m. to 12:39 p.m. That's right after she's accused of hitting John with her car. So she's driving from 34 Fairview back to John's house. She drives past this library. Her taillight should be broken and smashed. The Commonwealth obtained CCTV footage from the library. Karen and her team request it. They get it, but the exact precise 2-minute time frame that her car passes the library is missing. The Commonwealth says we turned over everything we got from the Canton police.
That implies that they had it first. So
2 minutes is missing.
Yes.
So the footage is like everything else is there.
Yeah.
But 2 minutes. This is what kind of world are we living in right now?
And the library is like, yeah, well, we didn't review all the footage. We just like made sure it was from that time span, and then we turned it over to be analyzed by none other than Michael Proctor. The library no longer has that footage because it's been so long. They thought, I mean, we gave it to law enforcement. We didn't know we had to keep it.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
ABC interviews Proctor and asks him outright, did you plant the evidence? Absolutely not. I'm laughing because it's such a ridiculous accusation. It's something that I would never do. I've never done, and there's no evidence of it.
This just gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. ABC is like, your own community, your locals. Why do they believe that you're planting evidence? Proctor responds.
Oh, Michael Proctor hates women, I guess because of Karen. And then another one said like Proctor's got to go or something. Chloe, what is it? Something that had to do with Chloe? Like, is this like, where's Chloe? Like, what is that?
That's
Wait, I want to see what else I can see. Deleted. It said deleted something.
Is like, your own community, your locals.
Yeah, Proctor, you gotta go. You gotta go? Is it like making fun of his accent or something? I don't think he has one, does he?
Why do they believe that you're planting evidence?
Deleted library, like the footage or whatever. Oh, video. Deleted library video. So this blurred images. It's better actually. You see it better over here. Looking at OBS because it's smaller, so you can see things easier. Where is? Oh, this must say where's Chloe. So where is Chloe?
Proctor responds, that's just the loud minority. The silent majority, we've had an overwhelming amount of support. They're just not out there tweeting. The ABC interviewer is like, Alan Jackson told me that he could not understand why it was that every time you went back to the scene, new evidence would materialize. He found that very suspicious. Maybe he didn't read the weather report I provided in my reports. Snow melted at a rapid pace, and the more snow that melted, the more evidence began to unearth itself. At this point, even if you like Karen, don't like Karen, it's just too much reasonable doubt to convict her of really any crime. I think one of the biggest reasons that people refuse to believe Karen, though, and I think that it's a small amount of netizens, skewing a little bit on the older side as well, is I think Karen has a very intense personality. She really does not back down from a fight. I also think
that she's kind of like crazy. Looks crazy. That might be why. Doesn't mean she is crazy, though.
it's very interesting. I mean, I think this is like a good psychological study of how every single bit of her trial footage is analyzed by people who don't like her. People interpret things differently. And it's interesting that they want her many years, 2 years now after John's passing, to be crying in court when John is brought up. But if you take it from her perspective, she's been framed. How can she sit in a situation and be crying about her deceased boyfriend when she is about to be in prison for the rest of her life?
For killing him.
Yeah, which she didn't do to how she feels.
Yeah, I feel like that unjust is one of the most strong emotions for anybody to experience.
And I think it presents itself sometimes as angry.
Yeah.
And people think that that's not anger, it's her being unremorseful and a bitch. And I just don't see how that's the case. If she genuinely did kill him and wanted to get away with it, I would imagine that she would be trying to cry in court. Now, Karen is asked in a documentary, you're tired of being asked if you hit John with your car. And she says, no, I'm not tired of it. I hate answering it because I just feel like I'm being so scrutinized. Like, did she blink 3 times or twice? And did she like smirk or look to the right or down and up and or left or whatever?
It just feels so fake, even though it's true. I'd rather like explain everything else and like, I did not hit John with my car. Like, I can't make it sincere enough. I hate saying it.
She says, they say the trial became a circus. It's not about justice for John. It's all about the Karen Reed case. But the Karen Reed case is trying to get justice for John. The case is about how he died. One netizen says, I believe that Karen is maybe an unlikable girl, probably spoiled, bratty personality. I don't know where
Hey, just saying whatever, but yeah, sure. We can argue that none of these people are saints, but she didn't do it, question mark.
they're getting this. But I haven't seen one evidence that she's guilty of murder. Drunk.
Dash, I mean, no one, like, varying levels of not saints here. Like, she's rough around the edges, sure, but, like, there's so many other people here who are just so much way worse, like, way worse than her. She is, specifically even Proctor, but not like Proctor had anything to do with his death. He's just covering it up.
Driving, yes, but they all were. Commonwealth witnesses keep providing more doubt that she's not involved. Others fight back. One person says, I actually don't see it that way. I happen to like her personality. She seems like a sharp cookie and isn't going down for something she didn't do without a fight. Another big witness in the Karen Reed trial is Brian Loughran. I'm gonna call him.
Okay, we're finally getting to Lucky. So hopefully Lucky has some Lucky stuff to say. Though I am going to be right back again for another minute or two. Don't everyone in the grandma leave. I'm going to be back in a minute. Alright, so we can finally get back to whatever the heck Lucky is going to do with this case.
call him Lucky because that's what everyone calls him. It's the lucky witness.
The lucky witness.
He is a defense witness. He is called to the stand. This man has been living in Canton for most of his life. He knows the whole Albert family. He's familiar with them. He specifically went to elementary school and middle school with Chris Albert. He worked for Chris Albert's D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas for a little bit before he got a job at the Department of Public Works and became one
Does he hate them or like them?
of the regular snow plowers for the town. He's told that day his shift is going to start at 2:30 a.m. and they're, because prior to there's no snow to plow.
Okay, so he is the alleged snowplower. The snowplower theming they didn't even go with, right? Like that was one of the things they were going to blame on John's death, allegedly. So why do we even need the plow? Maybe he was plowing and he saw something, I guess.
And so he's going to come in and just plow the streets all night. He gets in at 2:15. He gets in his truck. He gets stuck with the Franken truck. That's what they nicknamed it because it's all a bunch of random parts fit into this snowplow truck. A supervisor for the DPW testifies that the visibility on these snowplow trucks is pretty good, especially the ones like the Franken. It's a big one, so you're probably...
I would hope it would have like just so many floodlights on it, like the strongest floodlights you can get.
Probably 5 feet up off the road, and you can see a lot. And the seat is an airlift. So Lucky says when it's snowing really bad and it's hazardous, he puts his seats all the way up so that his knees are touching the steering wheel because he wants to be able to see as much as you can. On top of the snowplows, they have lights, big lights, and they're like beacon lights so that you can see everything. Why? Because snowplows are actually very dangerous vehicles. They've got blades. They create snow dust clouds when they plow too quickly, and certain conditions can get very icy. There have been many instances where pets and humans have been killed by a snowplow.
Okay, since I've never seen one in person.
Yes.
What is it doing? Cleaning the snow or?
Yeah, it like piles all the snow to the side of the road. So you know when you drive down so and that's why they have to go through the same road twice because you want to pile all the snow to the right side of the road. And you can only do like one direction at a time. But that's why this is a very important witness because you don't just look forward when you're driving a snowplow. You have to look at the sides. In fact, sometimes the sides are more important because that's where someone could get killed. I mean, obviously you could run over someone and that's also dangerous, but the sides are very important. Lucky is on that shift and Fairview Road is one of the roads that he is assigned to cover that night. He knows the Albert residence, which again isn't shocking. He's from Canton. That night when he passes the Albert residence, the house would have been on his right. This is the first time he passes. He's driving the same way that every other partygoer has been leaving this Albert residence.
At what time? 2:30?
2:45 a.m.
Okay, 2:45 a.m. Allegedly, John is already out there freezing to death at this time period, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
He's plowing the street. He sees the lawn. He sees the flagpole, everything. He doesn't see anything or anyone on the lawn at 2:45 a.m.
Okay, so he's not even out there freezing. How long does it take to get hypothermia then? Because he was out there at 6 o'clock.
Not even like a bump, nothing.
Nothing.
Wow.
He keeps plowing. And then now he's got to do another street and then he's got to come back down the other side because he's...
Yeah, because especially if the whiteout, quote unquote, wasn't as strong yet, these big floodlights that he has would be able to see. Like even this recreation, because this is like a 3D render, shows you like how much he would have been able to see. There's literally, I mean, if he's telling the truth, there's literally nothing there.
That's how you do it. And so he comes back down and this is around 3:30 and this is when he does notice something. There's now a car parked in front. A Ford Edge. Just parked right in front of the flagpole.
And who drives Ford Edge?
One of the Alberts.
Chris Albert?
I believe one of them likes a Ford Edge too, but it is believed to be Brian Albert's Ford Edge.
Okay, so this was like what, an hour? Like an hour or so later?
Is something. There's now a car parked in front.
Okay, I need.
And then he's got to come back down the other side because that's how you do it. And so he comes back down, and this is around 3:30, and this is when he does notice something.
Okay, so an hour later, and then Brian is out front. Well, Brian's car is out front at 3.
There's now a car parked in front. A Ford Edge. Just parked right in front of the flagpole.
And who drives Ford Edge?
One of the Alberts.
Chris Albert?
I believe one of them likes a Ford Edge too, but it is believed to be Brian Albert's Ford Edge.
But it wasn't there?
It was in the driveway, allegedly. But now it's on the side of the road. And
From
so
2:45 to 3:30, you said.
Well, he passes.
Okay, so that's where we're getting the. Because earlier she said something about they were assumed like one of the situations is like they pulled up a car to block the flagpole so you can't see what's happening, and then they dragged his body out to try to like hide what they're doing. I guess what they could have done is like open up the garage, drove into the garage, closed the door behind them, got John's body, put it in the car, drove out to the street and then dumped him out there, so like the evidence would be like you wouldn't even see him being dragged out of the house. He just got drove around, dropped in front of the pole, and then they just drive back, right?
Passes at 2:45. He doesn't see anything.
Yeah.
2:30, he comes back. He sees a Ford Edge parked. And he thought it was weird because he didn't say anything at 2:45. And you're thinking, well, why is he even remembering where cars are parked?
What is that? What did you... Because I don't know what shows up there. Let me see something. I'm just going to turn that off and then see. Okay, yeah, there's nothing there. That's fine. Oops. There we go. And then back me up.
Passes at 2:45. He doesn't see anything.
Yeah.
2:30, he comes back. He sees a Ford Edge parked. And he thought it was weird because he didn't say anything at 2:45. And you're thinking, well, why is he even remembering where cars are parked? Because you're not supposed to park your car on the street when the snowplows are coming through during a blizzard. In fact, Lucky is actually told if there is a resident's car parked, you have to call it in. You have to call your supervisor. They try to wake up the resident to move their car, or they'll come tow your car.
Okay, so I'm guessing he did that then.
Because the streets need to be plowed. You can't just inconvenience everyone because you want to park on the street. He thought for that reason it's weird. Also, the fact that the Alberts never really park on the side of the street, he just thought it was weird. But he doesn't call it in because he said out of respect for the Alberts, he just didn't want to. He wanted to be courteous because I guess...
Okay, oof. Like, there's so many things in the favor of them. But he at least noted it down, I guess, since he knows.
You know, he had been friends with Chris. He had worked for Chris at one point. He's like, I'm not going to tattletale on the Alberts. But he did think it was weird. He was like, it's fine. I mean, because I guess he had already done that side.
Yeah.
But it's weird. He notates it. He thinks about it. And then he keeps on his snowplow
Okay, so he did take a note. She said he noted it.
route. And then later he comes back down to like keep doing his route because, I mean, the snow keeps piling on. And that's when he notices emergency vehicles all over the Albert residence. And he's so confused what's going on. He can't even get into Fairview because they're blocking him.
So you think like Brian waited till the snowplow is passed by the street to move the car?
Netizens believe that after the first time Lucky drove by with a snowplow, he believed that the snowplow was no longer going to be there. And they moved the Ford Edge to the side of the street so that it could block the street view for anyone driving by as they're moving John's body.
Yeah. And now how does Brian explain that? Brian Albert.
They say that never happened. They're like, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
It's crazy because
It's his job to pay attention to these things, though.
Lucky is one of the most likable witnesses. Karen actually cries when Lucky's on the stand.
Really? Why?
Well, he's like her lucky witness. And on top of that, he's just a very likable guy. He's worked a lot of jobs. I mean, to give you an idea, I don't know how to tell you someone's nice without giving you an example. Otherwise, it's just like, he's nice. That night when he was plowing the roads, he had hit one of those basketball nets, like portable ones that you put water in the bottom.
Yep.
And someone had left it near the street. His snowplow, he saw it, but he couldn't brake fast enough. And so he hit it. So he called it in and said, I hit this resident's basketball hoop.
I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and, God forbid, any animals.
He just seems like a really nice guy. And so he's being questioned by Hank Brennan, Spanky, on the second trial. And Spanky's just aggressive for no reason. He's saying, isn't it true that you've had pressure from social media to testify a certain way? And Lucky firmly rejects all insinuations of that over and over again until he finally says,
I did not.
Okay, well, before we get to that point, like, who is like going to be talking to him on social media? Does he even have social media? Like, you're just assuming he has social media to begin with. I mean, it is 2020, whatever, but still.
Firmly rejects all insinuations of that over and over again until he finally says,
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the penalty's case that there has been pressure on you.
I can't understand what he's saying. It's too, like, there's actually, sounds like there's noise canceling on this for some reason.
By any certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
and everyone's like, sorry for your loss, but? Question mark? It just felt really cruel.
So he's called lucky because his statement is kind of like a very important saving.
I I think that's his original nickname.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's fitting. And he just seems very credible, reliable, and there's no reason for him to lie. But what is weird, another layer of frustration in this case, because the prosecutors keep trying to question Lucky's timing of things. They're like, we don't know for sure that you drove down that street at that time. Are you sure it was this time? Because last time you said maybe it was this time. How, is your memory not correct? They're being really annoying about it. DPW trucks, the snowplows, they have GPS systems. And so the defense and everyone is like, okay, just pull it up then, because everyone trusts Lucky. Lucky has no reason to lie. Coincidentally,
that's
not
also
working.
gone?
Yeah, they said it's not working that night of the blizzard. Happens sometimes, they say. All the troopers are asked, hey, so when you found out through the snowplow driver that sometime around that night, he saw a Ford Edge parked outside. Because, I mean, every witness inside of the party said after everybody left, we fell asleep. So even...
So is his stuff not working because they got to it first and had to like say, oh yeah, it wasn't working. So the only word we have is this guy's own testimony, and thus because he's just a dude, we can't believe him.
if it's an innocent thing, it's still weird. It goes against their statements, does it not? Well, Buchanan is like, yeah, I know, but I didn't investigate it. I didn't go and see if any of the Alberts own a Ford Edge. He just is so proud of that. Tully, on the other hand, he says, yes, I'm familiar with it, but he says that his investigation into the Ford Edge was that he believed that Lucky was lying. Thus, he was not going to investigate the Ford Edge. His investigation consists of, I investigated it by thinking about how I felt about it, and I felt like I didn't like it, so I no longer investigated it.
Is FBI still investigating this whole investigation or not? Oh, you said last time that...
Spanky says that they're no longer. Okay, the prosecutor's office is saying they're no longer. They closed the investigation. Karen is saying, hey, a month before they came out and said that the FBI is no longer investigating, I received certain documents that insinuated that it was an open investigation. And she's saying, listen, I haven't heard from the FBI. I haven't been alerted. Neither have our attorneys. But I just wouldn't trust the prosecutors.
So prosecutor has incentive to say that FBI found nothing wrong with our investigation.
Yes.
Versus Karen was saying like, well, from my insight, they are.
Yeah.
And none of us know. It's like hush hush.
Because the feds are usually pretty quiet about what they're doing until they're not quiet about what they're doing.
When they release that.
Yeah. If there is a conspiracy to the level at which a lot of netizens believe there is, that would be one hell of an FBI investigation. Making this whole Ford Edge situation even stranger is that when Nicole Albert is testifying, she's asked about the cars parked in the driveway at the Albert residence. And she says,
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. We had, I think, a Ford Explorer. The kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
Interestingly enough,
every Ford under the sun, except for whatever the heck it is, an Edge.
She lists the make and model of every single car except her husband's work car, which happens to be a Ford.
Yeah, she refers to it as the work car, not as an Edge. Like, she knows all these other ones, like Cadillac SUV, Explorer, Escape. Husband's work car. It's just a work car. I don't know what it is. It's a work car. No, every car under the sun but that, though.
Edge.
Oh, she say work car, not for Edge.
No.
But you also said there's a fourth car. That's your husband's work vehicle.
Yes, yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford.
Okay, she admits it there.
Yes, yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
Now, Chris Albert takes the stand, and he's asked what he does for work, and he says,
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
completely just neglecting that he's on the select board for Canton.
Yeah, is that not a job? You are like one of the 5 mayors that run the canton.
Which when he is asked, and it's interesting because he doesn't bring it up for most of his direct, later in cross, he'll be very defensive about it.
I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it, but yeah.
So as a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
Okay, 1 of 5 that's a lot of power. Chris says that he knows John O'Keefe for a while now. Quote,
so he became my neighbor, and I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff, and that's how I initially became to know who John was. So over the years, like, he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with, so we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew in my pizza shop a lot, so it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week, usually just
taking him for his word on that, that they come to the pizza shop a lot. That kind of gets the shade thrown off of him if he is lying, and saying that they're always coming into his shop with his nephew.
Grab a slice.
That's what he says.
And it wasn't just like the first time, because again, the day that John died, he went to Chris's pizza joint with his nephew to get, I guess, pizza. Though he could have also been kind of seeing, like, casing the joint, see if it is kind of suspicious or not.
Karen says that the only person that ever made John O'Keefe very, very angry, however, was this guy, Colin Albert. He would always intentionally leave beer bottles and beer cans on John's lawn. He's not even old enough to drink, by the way. She remembers an incident in spring of 2020 where the home security system went off at John's house. She's staying the night over. She remembers John bolting out of bed. She's running down the stairs after him, and she looks out the window. They see Colin Albert and a bunch of teenagers in the front yard, and they scream at John when he comes out, "Go f*** yourself."
That's crazy.
John screams back at them, "Get the fuck out of here." The next morning, they go outside and the lawn is littered with a dozen empty Bud Light cans thrown into the bushes. She thought it was interesting because Colin Albert was 17, and this is the only person that John O'Keefe has ever had problems with, which netizens speculate, what if John O'Keefe already felt like he was doing some nefarious drug dealings at that age?
Yeah.
And that's why he's being crazy.
Yes.
And he's ballsy. He has no fear. He thinks daddy and other daddy and all the mommies and daddies are going to protect him. And I guess it's true. It's happening if that were the case, if it is true. In any event, if you do see Colin Albert on the stand, who was there?
I do not remember who was there.
What did you do at Mike's house?
Oh yeah, he's just like, I don't remember. I do not remember.
How did you get to Mike's house?
No, I do not remember.
How much did you drink at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
Aside from his profound inability to remember a single occurrence that has not happened in the past 0.2 seconds, Colin Albert is nothing like Colin Albert on the stand.
I always tell my mom and my dad that I'm home and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
There are videos of him that the defense have dug up where he's threatening hockey teams, rival hockey teams. He doesn't even play hockey, but he's sending video messages to high school hockey teams saying, "Advantage boys."
Yo, you're advantage boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Pussies.
He didn't say that, but pull up? Like, really? It's cringe, like lingo. I was saying before that he just seems like the one who's always scrapping, right? That's just like, just continuing that. Because again, apparently, allegedly, well, we got no information on that after she mentioned it, like in passing, that his knuckles were still bruised months and years after the fact, as if he's just scrapping so much that his hand just always stays bruised because he won't just stop fighting people, from what it seems.
In another one, he says, quote, "KO, bang, bang."
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, pussy.
Yeah.
Can we like chill, like with the lingo? 'Cause I noticed earlier that that Stephanie let her own F word slip through, but now just all of their languages, like hello. Is it just okay because we're like 2.5 hours into the video, we can just let any sort of language slip through?
Clean cold, boy, you be knocked out. KO, bang, bang.
And then you said,
God, it's like put me out of my misery.
KO, bang, bang. Right?
It's just so silly to hear him say it, though.
Correct.
Explain that to me. Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up.
He's just like, yeah, it is a threat. Like, hello? You're just admitting to that, like that stupid childish stuff is actually a threat?
Bitch, right?
Yeah.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang bang mean?
I'm not sure.
I mean, he has to like pretend like he doesn't know what that means. Like, really? I mean, we all know what he's saying. Like, it's going to kill somebody, right? It's this like hoodlum behaviors that he's doing. We'll call it hoodlum behavior for like to not be too rude, but he's this hoodlum stuff.
Sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang bang just sort of flowed.
I mean, he's allowing him an out, maybe just because he's a kid, but like, bang bang is like not just like, you don't know what you're saying when you're saying that. You're saying you're going to shoot somebody.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
So you're threatening him yet again a second time?
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by?
Yeah, meaning get over here. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up, right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
Correct.
For Halloween.
It's like so weird to just like, we're just going with like him just admitting to like, yeah, I'm scrapping. I guess he's in that life, right? That scrap life. He doesn't care. He's gonna talk about it.
You see a picture of him in a prisoner's uniform with a teardrop tattoo. He's a murderer for Halloween.
Really? If you don't know, teardrop is to symbolize that you've killed someone. It depends on how it's actually tattooed, right? I guess this is full question, but I don't remember. It's been a long time since I had to like know. Don't ask me why I would know. I would need to know, but it's been a while since I've had to know what the teardrops mean. Because you have one that's filled in, one that's hollow. And I think they mean two different things. Like one, you've lost people who are important to you, maybe family, and the other one is like you've killed people. So I'm assuming this is to represent he's killed people in this like Halloween costume. Not that he's actually done it. It's just like this costume he's pretending. Yeah, the knuckles. I always find I don't even know who this is. Who is this? They look like they're, no offense, but they're so red, and their face looks so leathery that they look like Michael Myers. Like, and that's probably messed up to say, but they look like Michael Myers, but just like red. Why is he like so pumped full of blood?
Bro, what is going on?
There's another picture of him with his parents, and all three of them are flicking off the camera. It's believed that he has like a beer can in his hand. And again, he's
also just to explain in case nobody knows who I'm talking about with Michael Myers. I'm not talking about like the actor. I'm talking about the slasher from the horror series Halloween.
parents, and all three of them are flicking off the camera. It's believed that he has like a beer can in his hand. And again, he's underage, and his parents are just drinking with him.
I think we already like admitted to him drinking on that night and whatnot. Also, this is always cringe, like flipping off. Like maybe there's people here who are into that. But, like whenever I see someone flipping off in pictures, I was like, that's cringe, man.
He is not the studious, soon-to-be college student that he is trying so hard to sell his image as on the stand. He is
young
kind of
kid with a
crazy.
bright future.
He's a very scary kid. He's the type of kid that you run into this teenager in an aisle at Target, you're gonna want to cry, and you're, I don't know, 30.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
Other than your brothers, no, except that your hands are literally always banged up and you're like threatening to, you know, beat people up. Like, is it just all talk then?
Never been in a fight?
Nope.
Your entire life?
Other than with my brothers, no.
What is that? Just, that doesn't seem like real fighting though. That kind of, but it's
And
kind
what's
of
even
like,
weirder is with
that was kind of cringy though.
this connection. Remember how I said Chris Albert is the one that invited John O'Keefe to the waterfall bar that night? The text message that he sends him is, quote, "Get over here." Then another text message reads, "If not, I'm gonna fuck up your lawn," laughing, crying emoji.
Again, what is with like the, after a certain point, there's no censorship. Is that like the new rule I don't know about? Like you can just say whatever the heck you want after a certain amount of time has passed?
Chris Albert says, "This is a joke. It's a hee hee ha ha joke, inside joke, because John O'Keefe loves his lawn. He's very nitpicky about his lawn. He's like one of those lawn guys. He likes his grass to be green."
If not, I will fuck up your lawn. Haha.
It sounds passive aggressive. It sounds tense. It sounds like the type of text that you get where,
Yeah.
to send a text message like that, I would assume that you would have to be pretty close friends.
Yes.
But
like,
they're not.
Exactly.
And there was already problems with the lawn.
I would not feel comfortable sending this to anybody.
No. Additionally, I will say there is a weird moment during Chris's cross-examination where he's asked about what John O'Keefe's name is in Julie Albert's phone. So Julie Albert, presumptuously, I guess she had John O'Keefe's phone number for a while because they're neighbors, and I imagine that if they had any neighborly conversations, perhaps Julie was in charge of that while Chris is running D&E Pizza.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
Mr. Nevercracker, whatever that's supposed to mean. Should I even have said that? Like, what is that? What are you saying?
All right. And your wife Julie actually...
Why is he so happy with himself over that? Like, you're talking about someone who's... You're talking about a deceased person, and you're, like, smiling. You have a crud-eating grin on your face, like, literally from ear to ear. Like, what is going on with you?
Actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
But it's a character from a movie, a cartoon, and it's someone that is...
Oh, from Monster House. Okay, I haven't... If I've seen this, it's been, like, centuries. I don't remember. but I have seen that. Isn't this guy a good guy? Like, I think he's. If I know anything about this movie, which I don't, but I feel like I've heard people like in passing, like once talk about this, like on like a thumbnail or like a title, like this guy is portrayed as a villain of that movie, but he's actually the hero, and maybe like the house itself is the monster. But like this guy is actually a good guy, I think, even though he looks like the crazy old man who wants you to get off his lawn, which I think that's what he is portrayed as. Like, so that's probably what they're calling John that, because he's doing the get off my lawn kind of thing.
Is obsessed with their lawn. It's like one of those grumpy neighbors that's like, get off my lawn.
Oh, get off my lawn!
And Chris says this whole thing was a joke. It was a joke because John was upset that one of the kids was cutting through his lawn to get to school. And he's like, and it wasn't even Colin, it was my other son. Do we believe him? Probably not. Do we believe that's the reason that John was upset? Probably not. But that is the reasoning that Chris Albert gives. And he's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. We were all friendly with each other. The fact that Colin Albert is allegedly leaving beer cans on John O'Keefe's lawn. John O'Keefe has real problems with Colin Albert. Julie Albert has him saved as a very mean character on her phone having to do with his lawn. And then Chris Albert, the night of, texts him, come or I'm gonna fuck up your lawn. Laughing emoji.
Yeah.
It just feels like something is off there. And if you're wondering, okay, well, if that is some sort of motive or speculation or theory that people have, how do they get away with it? Well, Chris Albert's wife, Julie Albert, is best friends with a woman named Courtney Proctor. This is Trooper Proctor's sister.
Oh, I forgot about that. Like, that there is like his Proctor's sister's been sitting here this whole time, and we haven't done anything with her.
Chris Albert himself attended Courtney Proctor's wedding. They've all known each other for past 20 years now. Karen's attorney is asking Julie, now in terms of the two investigators who did come on, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them?
Him. I'm sorry, him.
Okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You are close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, who also went to school with Sergeant Good.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
Julie Albert is asked by Karen's attorney about her relationship, and she's saying yes, but at the same time, she's also being very evasive. At another point during her cross, she's asked...
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
And she had to think about that for a while. I guess that's something she has to, like... Well, if she's trying to lie, if she has to think about whether, like, what she has to say. If she has to yes, no, maybe, kind of, not really, what have you.
How would you define very?
You talk regularly, correct?
That we're doing this, like, didn't we have another time, like, define friends, right? That joke from, like, the last episode, I think. Like, we're doing that again, define friends.
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone?
Very rarely.
This is when Karen's defense attorney has a little moment. David Yannetti is like, wait, because he starts on his next question.
Is it fair to... Did you say very rarely you talk
phone.
to Courtney Proctor by
Usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
This is never...
I mean, I feel they have to do this, but I feel like you're giving her an open to be like, actually, I take that back. We talk all the time, right?
Good. This is never good when you are on the stand or you're talking to an attorney and they say, okay, so I need you to commit to this statement. I need you to commit 10 more times because you just said it. So commit again because you can't go back now. So let's just drive it home.
Yeah. Is he about to pull up some kind of receipt? That's so good.
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Were you...
Oh. There's the I don't recall, because she got caught, so like, okay, gotta start saying I don't recall like everybody else has been instructed to do.
Using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Oof. Now, he said we can go back and see that she took like a hard look to the right there.
February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney
Okay, I need to hear it again.
about this case.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022,
Okay, so February to September. That was like longer than I was thinking. Because that's like that is several months, right? 60 calls in that many months is a lot, but I was thinking like, oh, he said like 2 months, so they had like, they were talking to each other every day for, like literally every day, possibly more than every day. But no, it's just like 60 over the span of several months. Still, you can argue that's not very little. That is a lot.
You and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times.
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
Okay, so that hard look. I think who was she looking at? Because she brought up that picture, right?
67 times.
Looks to her attorney, probably.
Objection.
She might be looking at this guy, like begging for an objection, but the judge, for some reason, doesn't sustain. This is skipped the ad. The first time, I feel like we have not had the judge sustain an objection.
Were you aware of that?
So the judge is like, no, she's pressing, which doesn't make sense because Beverly has always been on the side of everyone but Karen. So to actually accept this is weird.
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact
I don't recall.
amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Okay, sure. We just don't remember, don't recall. That's all they can do. That's all they were told to do in this trial, to say, I don't recall, I don't remember.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
Because Julie has amnesia, Karen's attorney gives her a sheet to refresh her memory, likely her call logs, cell data. February 2nd, 2022 is the day that Karen Reed is arraigned. Julie talks to Courtney 3 times before 9 a.m. Then after the arraignment, they talk again for another 27 minutes. Julie does not recall any of these phone calls. She definitely does not recall the contents of the phone calls either.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Defense attorney Yannetti brings up the fact that Julie said that she rarely talks to Courtney Proctor on the phone, and he says,
when I ask you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that
I'm surprised there was an objection.
you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely, yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall?
She doesn't recall what she just said like a few minutes ago. I mean, we don't know what the time span is. It could have been hours ago that he asked that. She probably could have been sitting here for like an hour.
Telling this jury yesterday that when I
Okay,
asked
it was a completely different day, so.
you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Not daily. Not daily, not... Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67
Because it's essentially 10 calls a month.
time period in how many, 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot.
I mean, it's subjective, right? Like what people think a lot is, but it in perspective, it's essentially 10 phone calls a month for 7 months straight. So, I think a third of a month, like a third of every single month, she's talking to this person.
In 7 months?
Netizens were so frustrated by this testimony, they comment, Julie remembers everything except for the phone conversations and everything else. Netizens think that she clearly had time to think about it the next day because she testified over 2 days. I mean, 3 times in 1 day that's a lot. Side note, this is the glorious moment when Julia Albert is asked about which troopers came to her house to interview her, and she says, Trooper Proctor, and I don't remember the next guy. I think it was like...
And Trooper Bukaki?
Oh, this joke we went over yesterday. It's like How can you even say that? But like, she's already dropped like 1,000 F-bombs this video at this point, so it doesn't really matter.
And she says it with such a straight face. She calls Bukkake. So
that's his name now.
Yeah, that's his name now. It is believed that there is like a online social media investigator who has nicknamed him Trooper Bukkake, and so it's theorized that she's very much keeping up with his reports on this case.
Oh, someone else named him Bukkake.
Yes.
That sticked.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to be in the next episode, but he's pretty close with Karen Reed, and he was actually one of the first people to really actively focus on this case and to focus on the fact that he believes that Karen Reed was framed. And she clearly is keeping up with his coverage. Yeah. Because the way that she says Officer Bukkake, I mean, I don't think she knows what that word means. I don't think she gets the joke. Because the way she said it with her full chest.
Oh, she thought that was actually his name.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Bukkake?
Yeah. And it's just...
Why the awkward silence? Hopefully they just went right over that and didn't comment on it.
a very uncomfortable moment.
So Bukkake is like what? He's cocky? Is that... I don't know what that means.
Okay, we don't need explanation for that.
But Julie Albert maintains that it really doesn't impact the investigation or her status as a potential witness. However, another group chat is unearthed from February 24th, 2022. This is less than a month after John's death. Julie Albert texts Michael Proctor in a group chat between her sister, Courtney Proctor, Michael Proctor, and she texts him, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for, Michael. Please send me ski videos of Courtney Proctor. If she doesn't share them with me," laughing emoji.
What video?
I guess they're going on a family skiing trip, and Julia's like, she's not going to send me her skiing videos, and I want to embarrass her, so Michael, you got to send them to me. Jackson is staring at Proctor. He's also bringing this up to Proctor. This is sent less than a month that you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert is a witness, correct? Correct. And her husband, Albert, Chris Albert, has a connection as a witness, correct? Correct. And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you've ever drafted in this case, did you? I did not. Michael Proctor's text messages to his own sister, Courtney Proctor, were also brought up during the two trials, and it's mainly because the FBI dug them up and gave it both to the Commonwealth and the defense. Now, Michael Proctor texts his sister on January 29th, 2022, the day of the investigation. He's texting her, "What's up?" She says, "What? Why?" "Just found a frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton. Actually,
Just found a frozen to death. Just saying it like that. Like no empathy, question mark?
What's up?" She says, "What? Why?" "Just found a frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton. Actually, just interviewed Jen McCabe. She says she knows you." Cut the shit. Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. You still working? Yeah, gonna be out for a while. Homicide. The Canton thing is a homicide? Don't say a word to anyone. Of course not. At the very least, it's suspicious. This is your livelihood. Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and the girlfriend. Gotta interview them. So he's already telling his sister, "I'm gonna interview your best friend soon." But he doesn't for a really long time. Now, February 10th, 2022, Courtney texts Michael again. "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." So this is what, 11 days after?
She was so nervous?
Mm-hmm. Ha 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 ha.
What is this, a job interview? Like recommendation from your bestie?
And why would she be nervous? She's not even at the house.
Exactly. Why are you nervous, Julie?
Exactly.
Why are you nervous, Julie? It has nothing to do with you.
Nothing to do with you, nothing to do with your husband, nothing to do with your son, right?
Right.
Right. And nervous is a very specific word. I think talking to any investigator would make me feel uncomfortable. But I think when there is a death, I don't know if nervous would be the word that I would use if you are innocent and in Julie's position. He says, "Ha ha ha ha, it was fine, just a quick convo." Jackson asks Proctor in the cross, "Were you reporting the progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?"
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
Proctor tries to explain away these messages, saying, "I was just kind of letting her know I was working. I mean, obviously I didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation." But you did, Proctor. You have shared too much information. You have shared things that are so insane that I don't even want to know the things that you haven't shared. Jackson asks him.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
You provided...
Oh, she just slapped down the objection. We're getting so many objections that are not going through.
Your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
There's also a random text message that's thrown in there. I don't know why these were chosen, but one text is from Proctor telling his sister about how he's starving and just wants to go home. And his sister responds, "Yeah, but is dinner gonna be waiting? Ha 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 ha." I don't know if she's taking jabs at Elizabeth Proctor, Trooper Proctor's wife. I don't know.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
It's a weird comment.
Later, Courtney texts Michael Proctor, I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. I guess her and Chris were friends
A thank you gift?
with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this.
Oh, shit.
He responds, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth is Trooper Proctor's wife. Courtney Proctor says, Elizabeth? Like, why would she get a gift for your wife? Michael Proctor says she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. Yeah, but she knew what life was married to a cop.
Oh, she doesn't like Elizabeth.
I don't think.
Yeah, like, why does your sister really not like your wife? What is going on? Like, why does your sister hate your wife?
So?
Courtney doesn't like Elizabeth.
No. Eventually, another text message is unearthed where Proctor texts his sister that he hopes Karen Reed self-exits. And he's
Yeah, I think we saw that, though, in, like, the first one. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael. Hopefully she deletes. Whatever you know, it must be bad because some people say it was a bad drunken tragedy.
asked about this on an ABC interview, and he says that that comment was made in jest. It's a figure of speech.
Hello? What do you mean in what universe? Also, there's something
An
I don't
ABC
know.
interview, and
Let's hope she does, so she doesn't drag this out for this family. How is that a figure of speech? You, like, one of y'all doubled down and said they hope that she does. Hello? For this family. They might even just mean that the Alberts, like the Alberts who, like the brother Alberts over here, that the son, because maybe the son did it, right? That's what we were going with, like, son did it. So they want her to do it so that that family, this family doesn't have to deal with it, get in trouble for what their child did to John. But yeah, what do you mean figure of speech? That couldn't be any far from that, especially the double down here.
he says that that comment was made in jest. It's a figure of speech. He's like, hopefully she kills herself. That's a figure of speech. The ABC interviewer is like, that's a figure of speech? Do you use that commonly? I mean, yes, but not commonly, but it's just a figure of speech I made in jest. It wasn't literally like, I hope she self-exits. In the cross-examination, Jackson, rightfully furious, asks Proctor,
You believe...
I mean, you can say that to a really good friend when you're goofing, maybe, with each other. Like, oh, they I don't know. Like, I could try to think of a scenario where you would say that and be like, ha 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 ha, and playing around with, like, a friend, like a good friend. But, like, you're saying that about someone you are doing an investigation on, who is not your friend. You're not talking to them. You're talking behind their back and saying, well, I think his sister said, I hope she exits. And then he might have replied, I hope she does. Right? One of them is saying one of that sentence and one is saying the other. Doesn't matter who. Right? Because they're both saying they hope that she deletes. Which, like, in what universe? Again, only if you're, like, good friends with someone and they're cool with that. Like, being, like, crazy like that with each other. But, like, this is not in any universe that scenario.
like, I hope she self-exits. In the cross-examination, Jackson, rightfully furious, asks Proctor,
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions
In what universe, Proctor?
got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
but netizens are not convinced. And if you feel bad at all for his wife, Elizabeth Proctor, don't. June 9th, 2022, Michael Proctor texts his wife, Elizabeth, waiting to lock this whack job up. This is after the grand jury indictment, and he's asked by the prosecution. And again, as far as the terminology that you use in the text message to your wife, why is that? Again, unprofessional message should not have been sent. And he's just saying it's regrettable. But the effect is not lost on the jurors. I mean, the lead investigator has had it out for Karen Reed since the moment that this has all started.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sister.
I mean, I feel like that was unacceptable. But I don't know if it's acceptable, but, like, you felt the objection, right? It's just, like, it's so annoying to hear objections in court. He's like, he seems like he's angry with that one. Because, I still believe Beverly is against Karen for whatever reason. She's connected somehow. We see her tether on the bulletin board. We just don't know where it's going because of too many lines. We haven't really talked about Beverly, so I'm guessing Beverly is being saved for episode 4. I want more out of her because I feel like she's doing a lot to try to save face for the Alberts conspiracy.
Shame on you, sir.
On top of that, Jen McCabe, during all of this, her car was spotted outside of Trooper Proctor's house. Why is she at Trooper Proctor's house? She's talking to Trooper Proctor's wife, Elizabeth. And why is she talking to Elizabeth Proctor? Well, I guess, first of all, they're friends. And Buchanan tries to answer this question during his cross-examination. He says,
Elizabeth Proctor communicated with those individuals due to the harassment that they've sustained. Okay. So with the crazy behavior that's been imposed on them and the torturous harassment they've endured, the traumatic experiences.
Why do you keep looking down like he's reading something?
They've had to live through. They've communicated. So I've learned about that, yes.
I mean, this whole thing.
What is he saying exactly?
He's saying that Jen McCabe went over to Trooper Proctor's house to talk to Elizabeth Proctor, his wife, because both of them are facing harassment. Jen McCabe is getting harassed. Elizabeth Proctor is getting harassed because her husband is absolutely crazy. Elizabeth Proctor is not someone that a lot of people feel sympathy for. She does an NBC interview where she states that her husband is being portrayed as some sort of villain in this case, and it's unfair. She says he is my best friend. He's an incredible father. He's loyal. He's a hard worker. And it's so frustrating as his wife to see that he's painted one way and...
Right. Loyal? Elizabeth? This man was looking for nudes of another woman in his case, which he was so flippant about doing that, which means he's always doing this, which means he probably has a collection hidden somewhere of all the nudes that he's found off of people's phones, just locked away somewhere. And you're saying he's loyal? I don't know about that.
Who I know him as and his family and friends know him is the complete opposite.
The no nudes Proctor we're talking about here?
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't think you know this man because that's not, I don't think we have it wrong. Elizabeth says, since these text messages have gone public, their family has been on the receiving end of death threats and weird voicemails about people wanting to kidnap their children and send them to CPS to live with appropriate parents and to kidnap their dogs. Which, do I think that those are appropriate? No, but...
Sure, I mean, of course, shouldn't be saying that stuff. That's assuming any of that is real, and they're not just making up to get sympathy so that they don't get in trouble.
She's continuing to enable him. She says, these last 2.5 years have been a nightmare for our family. Was there a moment, she's being asked by the journalist, was there a moment where you had to say to him, is there something to this? Is there something you need to tell me? No, never. It never would have crossed my mind that he would do anything unethical with his job.
No news so far.
Because I know how much he does the right thing and how much he cared about his job and cared about getting justice for Officer John O'Keefe.
Do they even talk about John O'Keefe in their investigation?
Barely ever.
Right? Like, I feel like none of them...
And that's why Karen Reed said something that pissed off a lot of people, including John O'Keefe's family. Mm-hmm. But outside the courthouse one day, she says, nobody has been fighting harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. Because if she's acquitted, perhaps they will look for who did actually kill him.
Is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. And my team. Thank you.
Naturally, it was very divisive. Mm-hmm. Elizabeth says that she knew about the nature of the text messages before the trial, but she didn't know to the extent. She said that when her husband was testifying, she told him, you got to just own it. And while he was reading those text messages in the courtroom, she felt, quote, very uncomfortable. You're his wife. Like, how did that feel for you? We've had so many conversations since then, and it's like, he's incredibly remorseful. But, I'm not making any excuses for his behavior because it's inexcusable. The language that was used, it was bad. But at the end of the day, it was the evidence pointed to her, not his bias.
Your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Yes.
A whack job.
Yes.
A retard.
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks.
Yes.
No ass.
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker.
Correct.
A girl who shit herself.
Correct.
And then
It's going off like it's just back-to-back rapid fire. I'm surprised that the judge isn't getting upset about that.
Correct?
Correct.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct. The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elliott had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry.
Objection. Sustained, probably.
Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Another time.
I mean, it writes itself, right? You could just always feel it. Like, since starting from episode 2, it's just like, when you ask, I don't know if it's necessarily vague questions, but questions that are like, even just vaguely not about the case. I don't know, like, just weird stuff like that. subjective stuff. I don't know, just vague in general. Just like always objection sustained, objection sustained.
She just fully states, I fully support my husband. Karen Reed is a murderer. Even Proctor's sister stands by him. She released a statement that says, egregiously false statements from Karen Reed and her defense team. He has been defamed, maligned, and falsely labeled corrupt by the alleged murderer, her family, her defense team, and a mob of her followers. How would you feel if the contents of your personal phone were questionably released to the public without full context? I don't think we need full context. And also, he tried to give us the context. It made it worse. When talking to Dateline, yeah, Michael Proctor's out here doing interviews on his green grass lawn for Dateline. He says, people love a conspiracy. What do you want to say to anyone who believes that you framed Karen Reed?
Because it did not happen. I would never do something like that.
And then on ABC, because it's a press tour now, he says, I 100% understand why people would think that any case that I've touched is a little weird. But when you have a fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own, it generates an emotion. And I express those emotions in a negative way, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have been texting my friends anything. The Proctor couple later would argue, I would ask, what's in your phone? What's in your private phone? Your personal phone? Your private conversations? And I would answer, not that. That's
Yeah, I mean, I could say the same thing, like nothing. Like what?
definitely not in there at all, or anything similar to that. That's for sure. Whatever was on his phone had to get the FBI involved. Yeah. So I would say definitely not that. One criminal justice professor comments on this case. When the FBI steps in, that's usually an indication that they are in possession of some information that is extremely damaging to the law enforcement agencies involved. And that leaves people wondering, are they going to investigate D&E Pizza, the FBI? People are commenting reviews for D&E Pizza. One review reads, I was talking about how bad the food was, and the service wasn't what I had hoped it would be. The ambiance wasn't worth writing home about. Speaking about homes.
The top of this message is funny. I guess they must have had a forward edge over my original comment by deleting it.
Colin was never in the house. Others emphasize some of Albert's Boston accents, writing, chicken parm was cold and mediocre at best. Owner was very rude and called me a loser when I asked for it to be reheated. Someone asked for a salad with a side of sidebar. So I'm convinced I've just like, I've never heard a Boston accent until this case.
And you heard like hundreds of hours of Boston accent.
Yes, and what's driving me crazy is I was talking to the RMD. I kept saying cop, and they're like, you, and I keep like extending cop. Side note, it appears that they're also either using AI to respond to their reviews, or they're also playing into all of this, because one review reads, I found pieces of what appeared to be a cracked plastic taillight in my pizza, probably fell out of the owner's pocket. The pepperoni and sausage had the taste and smell of a German shepherd that had been dead for a few years. 1 star. The establishment responds, David, we sincerely apologize for your experience and appreciate your feedback. We are committed to improving and ensuring better quality for our customers. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Yeah, it's literally just your standard AI response, like really?
Another review reads, the atmosphere I gave 2 because the place looked nice from the outside, but I was never inside the place. The restaurant responds, we appreciate your comments about the atmosphere and we are sorry you didn't get to experience the inside of our restaurant. We hope to see you soon for a better experience. This is when I started thinking, maybe it's not AI, because one review reads, the pizza is absolutely to die for. The Alberts absolutely killed it. Buy some extras to put in the garage and freeze it. House long to cook from cold. Depends on the oven temperature. This pizza shop is easily found right on the street. Couldn't even miss it in the snow. Our dog Chloe loved it so much she almost took off my arm trying to steal a slice. Unfortunately, due to random renovations, you can't use the restroom. It's very cold inside. It's definitely a cover-up type of situation.
Okay,
to which the restaurant responds,
what are they going to say? What could they possibly say that? I mean, they might just be like not understanding the joke, but there's no way.
thanks a lot, Peter. So glad you loved the pizza and that Chloe enjoyed it too. Laughing, crying emoji. We'll definitely keep your feedback in mind about the restroom situation. Come back anytime for more delicious slices.
I mean, AI is pretty advanced, so maybe they just have a really advanced AI commenting on this, but who knows? But yeah, if it's not AI, they just some random dude didn't understand what was going on. They didn't understand the joke.
That is wild.
I'm thinking AI did not write that one.
And who wrote it?
Someone here.
Are they just playing dumb?
No, they're also being passive aggressive.
Oh.
Yeah. Another one reads, the Albert Pizza Special, available exclusively at Camden's most controversial pizzeria, comes topped with thick layers of confusion, a crust of connections baked in secrecy, pepperoni slices that keep mysteriously shifting places, olives no one remembers ordering, finished with a drizzle of we can't comment on an ongoing investigation, and don't even ask who delivered it. Half the town swears it would never arrive. The other half says it's been sitting outside the whole time. To which the response is, thank you for your creative feedback, George. We appreciate your input and apologize for your experience. But one review just reads, how's long to make a bad pizza? And that is where I leave you with the very lengthy part 3. And the next episode
we're already at the end.
is going to be the final episode. That is the chicken parm pizza shop D&E theory that has been kind of running amok on social media recently.
I mean, she's saying that, but we spent like what 2 seconds talking about the drug stuff here. Like we didn't really go into that far. We spent like what somewhere around here on the CCTV stuff.
But Chris Albert is one to keep an eye out for. He will be in the next episode as well. And Chloe, we're going to get to Chloe in the next episode. Some of the accident reconstructionists, but
Okay. A ad just showed up for me, like multiple ads, so I'm just gonna wait for that to go away. Skip that. So she's saying that Chloe is going to be in the next episode. I want to know about the pig DNA. Hello? What about the pig DNA on John's arm? Is that going to be the last episode? We're just going to like skate over that and not talk about it ever again.
Be in the next episode as well. And Chloe, we're going to get to Chloe in the next episode. Some of the accident reconstructionists, but Chris is an interesting man because there is a very strong connection. He's not just friends with Officer Link. They had an incident where they got into a very intense fight with some.
Hey, like the next episode, apparently they were involved in another case where a woman died who was pregnant, and they might have been messing around with her. Was it investigators on Karen Reed case connected to the death of pregnant girl that had been abused by 3 cops? Yeah, she had been abused by 3, and then somehow found dead after that.
Some people outside of a bar many years ago. But even before then, Chris is just the man with all the connections. If you thought Brian Albert was connected, this one is connected. He's connected to Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, who recommended him to be one of the 5 select men. He's friends with all these people. Michael Lank was willing to get into a bar fight for Chris Albert, but he's also connected to none other than Auntie Beth.
There we go. Finally. I've been saying it since the first episode that she's connected to them somehow, and I don't know how, because her green line goes all the way to the other side of the map.
The judge presiding over Karen Reed's case. Why? Well, it all starts when Chris Albert allegedly murdered a man.
Allegedly? Huh? Oh, you can't just like say that out of nowhere.
And that will be in part 4. Stay tuned.
Is that a different case? Because the next case is about a pregnant woman being murdered. Who are we talking about? Is she just saying that he allegedly murdered John? What? I don't know what the heck's going on there, but now finally we have some info on Beverly. She finally talks about the fact that she's connected to someone over here. But yeah, I think we can actually just like forget about Brian at this point and just like think about the other brother, specifically because it seems like Colin did it, right? But maybe it's just like them completely, like some sort of cahoots going on over here. Since apparently this brother has more connections than this one. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's kind of unfortunate that no one has been caught for this. I mean, thankfully, assuming she didn't do it, she's off the hook, but we still need to figure out who over here was the culprit. Maybe in a few years, who knows? I don't know. But I think I don't have much else to say for this episode, other than where's the pig DNA? She better bring up the pig DNA tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but like the next time, right? Because you can't just say he had pig DNA in his cut marks and then not actually mention what's going on there. Also, this is her newest video right here, I think. This one, whatever this is. Again, I was debating on doing this one today, but we're continuing on with Karen until we finish it. When we're doing Rotten Mango stuff. So every other day, like, so 2 days from now, we'll probably be back to do the final 4th video. And then maybe we'll see what we'll do after that. But yeah, where's that pick DNA? And I guess we'll see what's going on with Chloe as well. But I don't have much else to say. I also kind of have a headache from all the smoke inhalation that happened earlier from the burning that happened in the kitchen. So I think I should just hurry up and finish. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Remember to buy my stickers and think about becoming a member. Subscribe, become subscribed. Thanks for working on watch time and subscribers. And shout out to the members, EmmyStarr, RaleyDrew, and alexgkiller 880. But yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Tune to the next episode. Like, subscribe, comment. You know what to do. See ya.